Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
I'm sure members will wish to welcome a visiting delegation from the United States of America, the American National Conference of State Legislatures Executive Committee, present in the gallery. Welcome. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, next week the House will consider the third readings of the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill, the Education and Training Amendment Bill number 2, and the Medicines Amendment Bill. Wednesday morning we'll have extended hours in the morning for government business, and in the afternoon the House will consider members' business. On Thursday there will be a 1-hour special debate on local issues.
A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Shinichi Yamada requesting that the House urge the government to advocate that the Japanese government stop the nuclear reactor in Ikata.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 7 papers.
2024-25 annual reports for Education New Zealand, Genesis Energy Limited, Meridian Energy Limited and the Privacy Commissioner. 2024-25 final report for Predator Free 2050 Limited, 2025-29 Statement of Intent for Education New Zealand and 2025-26 Statement of Performance Expectations for Education New Zealand.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 4 select committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Reports of the Education and Workforce Committee on the petition of Hugh Donald and the petition of Matilda Otterlow. Reports of the Regulations Review Committee on the briefing on regulatory reform and the complaint about the Animal Welfare Care and Procedures Regulations 2018.
The report of the Regulations Review Committee is set down for consideration. No bills have been introduced. We come now to oral questions. The first in the name of Te Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Internal Affairs and reads, how many breakdowns have there been of fire appliances nationwide since January 2025, and how many of them have caused delays in getting to a fire?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, the Fire and Emergency inherited a faulty logging and tracking system from 2017. This means it has a highly manual process for reporting data. And while I've asked Fire and Emergency for this information, I've been working on gathering the information and the nature of the breakdowns. They were not able to provide data as the system does not support that. A full system replacement is planned for the next financial year to modernise how faults are reported, tracked and resolved. This will significantly improve the information Fire and Emergency can access about fleet issues and how quickly we can do that. It's important to note the Fire and Emergency New Zealand sends multiple trucks to an incident, and a breakdown does not necessarily mean there is a delay in getting firefighters and resources to that incident.
Firefighters currently adequately resourced to do their jobs safely?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I know that there is a lot of publicity. The Professional Firefighters Union have been publicising a lot of faults that have occurred. However, I think it's important to put it in context. There are 1,300 fire trucks. They do 180,000 calls or around 500 a day throughout the country. So when you see various numbers thrown around about faults, notwithstanding the challenges with reporting them and getting accurate data, it does have to be put in the context of the number of trucks and the number of call-outs.
Can she confirm that in the past year, the fire appliance servicing provider for Auckland alone has done 446 emergency call-outs, more than one a day, due to breakdowns of the ageing fleet? And how does that give confidence?
Mr. Speaker, no, I can't confirm that number. That would be a number from a contractor who is hired by Fire and Emergency New Zealand, and I would just put in context that whether or not that figure is accurate, it should still be put in the context of the number of trucks, the number of call-outs, and the other question I would raise about that figure is whether that relates to faults or routine maintenance designed to prevent faults.
Supplementary, can the Minister guarantee that FENZ's efforts to reportedly save $50 million a year will not impact the provision of emergency services and the recruitment of new firefighters as agreed in 2022 negotiations between the New Zealand Professional Firefighters Union and FENZ, and if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, what I can guarantee is that we're going to have a very efficient fire service on behalf of the Minister, who has made clear to the fire service that they are using money that comes from New Zealanders' insurance levies. If that amount of money is to increase, then we need to get value, and it's long been believed that there are savings to be made in the management and administration of firefighting. And perhaps the member might imagine that the improvement in reporting of faults is an example of how critical investments that have not been made, that weren't made from 2017 to 2023, 6 years after the merger with the volunteer firefighters was done, will now be done to make the fire service more efficient.
What evidence does the Minister have to show firefighters have safe working conditions?
Mr. Speaker, the firefighters certainly do have safe working conditions, even though danger is inherent in what they've done, what they do. And I've said at various times that the firefighters are just about the only people I can think of whose whole job is to go into unsafe environments. In every other workplace in New Zealand almost, the purpose of the job is to remove safety hazards and ensure that the workplace is safe. However, firefighters go into dangerous places. Their job is inherently dangerous, and that's why it's important to equip them well.
Supplementary, why is the focus on FENZ on saving money rather than making investments into the key functions of the organisation, which requires new appliances, better resourcing and more recruitment to continue to enable our firefighters to keep our communities safe, especially in the face of more frequent and severe climate-charged weather events?
Mr. Speaker, I can't help but notice that a piece of paper with the questions is continually being passed to the member by Chloe Swarbrick to his left. And I was thinking, why didn't she answer the question herself? And then I thought about question time yesterday, and I think I know why.
Order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The Minister doesn't have ministerial responsibility for the Green Party and the way we conduct our
On that particular point, if there is a question that can be answered in the public good, make sure you do so briefly.
Yes, the member asks off the page, why are we focusing on cost savings instead of investment? The answer to that is very simple. The answer is that we are investing $20 to $25 million a year in new fire trucks. We are getting more resources to the front line and less in the back office right across this government, and so it's actually possible to do both, to save money and to invest in things that fix what matters.
Good, that's really interesting. Take a call if you want to make a comment. Question 2, Catherine Wedd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Economic Growth. What action is the government taking to increase supermarket competition as well as drive economic growth?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, I have heard loud and clear from potential competitors in the grocery market that consenting, zoning, complexity and lengthy approval processes are getting in the way of them taking on the major incumbents. So we are removing barriers and building the foundations for more competition in our grocery market. Today, the Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill will be read in this House for the first time. The bill helps create a consenting express lane for new supermarkets that would improve competition. That is great news for Kiwi shoppers.
Supplementary. How does the Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill address supermarket competition?
Well, Mr Speaker, the bill makes clear that grocery developers can access the Fast Track Approvals regime if their new supermarket would improve competition. To qualify, projects will have to demonstrate how they align with the government policy statement on grocery competition, which accompanies the bill. If they do that, competitors can bypass the standard lengthy resource consent process and instead be referred to a Fast Track expert panel. This will simplify what can be a years-long process into one that could be wrapped up in a few short months. And any member of this House that says they want shoppers to get fairer prices should support that bill.
Supplementary. What other changes help create the consenting express lane for new supermarkets?
Mr Speaker, the government is also streamlining consenting processes to encourage grocery competition. The Minister for Building and Construction is making regulatory changes so that grocery developers will be able to get standardised grocery building designs approved. And the government is introducing a nationwide building consenter for competition enhancing grocery development. As a result of all these changes, we expect a grocery development could obtain all of the necessary consents in a year or less, well under the current average of 18 months and $1 million in cost reported by the Commerce Commission. Our goal is a more competitive grocery market that delivers better prices and more choice for Kiwi shoppers. It will be up to private organisations to decide whether they want to build. We're ensuring there are no barriers in the way.
Supplementary. How will the Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill support economic growth and job creation?
Mr Speaker, the bill also further strengthens the Fast Track regime to get more developments consented to drive economic growth and job creation. The Auckland Port expansion, which has already been consented under Fast Track, is expected to deliver between $2.5 and $6.5 billion to the New Zealand economy, as well as supporting 140,000 jobs over the next 30 years. The Milldale housing development will deliver 1,100 new homes in Auckland, contributing nearly $500 million to the economy and supporting 3,550 new jobs. Maitahi Village will deliver hundreds of new homes in Nelson, supporting 2,700 jobs. Sorry, that was not what that was intended to mean. But members opposite voted against Fast Track and against the creation of those jobs. If they want more New Zealanders in work, they should vote for Fast Track.
Carmel Cipollone, question 3.
Mr Speaker, to the Associate Minister of Education, was it his intention in reinstating the charter school model that a community group could mount a takeover bid of a state school without the support of that school? If so, has such a takeover bid been made regarding Kelston Boys High School? Mr
Speaker. The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Speaker, I reject the terminology a takeover bid. An application has been made to the Authorisation Board from a community member with support of a sponsor to convert Kelston Boys High School to charter school status. This is permitted under the Education and Trading Act, which sets out that any entity may apply to convert a state or state integrated school to a charter school so long as the applicant is the school's board or one or more members of the school community. In both cases, the support of the proposed sponsor is also required. The Authorisation Board must take into account the level of support from the school community, staff and students for the proposed sponsor, and the level of support for the school community, school staff and students for the proposed conversion of the school to a charter school. It does this through a consultation process, and at this point, while an application has been received, there has been no consideration of community support by the Authorisation Board yet, and I certainly look forward to seeing how they consider that. But I reiterate, this is occurring within a school community. It is not a takeover.
Okay, that was a very long answer. So ministers would be advised to shorten up answers to match the pithiness of the questions. Carmel Sepuloni.
Supplementary question. Is he aware of the stress, anxiety and concern this bid has already caused in the community and school, even without an application being approved?
Mr. Speaker, it comes down in some ways to the role of a local MP at times like this. You can either choose to explain the process and help people understand what is happening, or you can whip up stress and anxiety. And I would ask the...
A point of order, the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
My question is in relation to his ministerial portfolios. I didn't ask him to explain what a local MP's responsibilities are, because I know those.
That's quite right. That is quite right, and the Minister will confine himself to the responsibilities directly relating to the portfolio.
Mr. Speaker, it is material to the situation that the way that leaders in the community interpret it will have an impact on the people surrounding them.
Supplementary. Should an organisation such as the Bangers Education and Wellbeing Trust, a group that is not qualified to teach children, be able to make a takeover bid of a prominent state school?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, it's not a takeover bid, as I've reiterated. Second of all, the decision over whether they should become a sponsor of a converted state school is one that rests with the Authorisation Board, led by a very prominent and successful former school principal, a number of educators and people with experience in a range of communities and in business. This is a group of people who will be assessing very carefully any application for a charter school, of which there's been over 100 of various kinds already, and they will be taking into account community support. If an application to convert does not have community support, then I think they'd be very unlikely to approve it.
Supplementary. Does he believe that a group such as the Bangers Education and Wellbeing Trust is an appropriate group to be trusted with the care and well-being of young people in our schools?
Mr. Speaker, at the risk of repetition, I've addressed that question by saying it is a quick decision that is put with the Authorisation Board. That board has a range of very experienced educators on it who will make a judgment such as that.
What options would parents have to send their children to state schools if the bid were successful, given Kelston Boys High School is zoned and all nearby schools, including Avondale High School, are oversubscribed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, they would retain the right to go to that school, because if the community has decided that they don't like the way the school has been run now...
just a moment. If you want the answer, listen.
If the community has supported the conversion, and strong community support is a condition that the Authorisation Board would look at under the law, then you would expect the community would be happy. They would see the school as being approved by its conversion to charter status. And here's the difference. On the one hand, it's state provision and unionism, no matter how many kids fail. On this side, we believe in the right of children to an education that extends them to the fullest of their powers, no matter what the provision model.
Supplementary. Why has he set up a model where anyone can attempt to take over a state school, forcing that school to defend their preferred status as a state school, diverting attention away from teaching and learning?
Well, first of all, I actually have not done that. You have to be part of the school community or the school board, so it's not anyone. All one needs to do to understand that is read the Education Act. That member was in the House when the Education Act was amended to add these conditions, so she should know that. Second of all, there will be some state schools which frankly would be better off if they did convert, and this is my point. Defending failing schools on ideological grounds at all costs has damaged generations of children.
No, that's enough.
Will he review his charter school policy, given the upheaval this has caused, to ensure no other school has to go through the same experience as Kelston Boys High School?
Mr. Speaker, if this keeps up, I'm going to be more worried about the Patsy question from Parachink Palmer. Frankly, we're not going to make changes. The stress.
Don't preface questions with that sort of comment. It's very, very disorderly. And I know that you want the House to be far more orderly. Please just answer the straight question.
Mr. Speaker, no.
Supplementary. Will he apologise to the students, parents and teachers of Kelston Boys High School for the impact his educational experiments have had on them, like the food in schools debacle and the attempted charter school takeover?
Mr. Speaker, in answer to the first leg of the question, no, because as I said in my opening remarks to this series of questions, I'm not sure that the concern and anxiety is entirely caused by the sponsor. It appears to be whipped up by their local MP. In answer to the second leg of the question, that's not actually in line with the question that was initially asked, the primary, but actually the Healthy School Lunch Program has saved an enormous amount of money and delivered the same quality. If the Labor Party had done it the way this government has, they would have saved those children $800 million of government debt.
Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'm almost inclined just to skip a government question because the government is not behaving in a fashion that would be reasonable in these circumstances. However, we'll try again. Dana Kilpatrick, question 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Conservation. What recent announcements has he made about the Hauraki Gulf Te Pātaka Kaia Tikapa Moana?
The Honourable Tama Pōtaka.
E te maunga o te whare. Last week I announced the biggest step in a generation to restore the Hauraki Gulf Te Pātaka Kaia Tikapa Moana and help bring the Māorideen life back to the water, create jobs and strengthen connections between people and place. The government is investing $6 million in tourism-focused infrastructure in the Gulf, as well as committing $10.5 million to operationalise the legislation. In addition, the Next Foundation is investing up to $20 million in reef restoration. I'd just like to acknowledge at this time, Mr. Speaker, the recent passing of Chris Barfoot, QSM, who was instrumental in establishing the Tahuna Torea Reserve in Glendowie near the Gulf.
Supplementary. What new opportunities does the International Visitor Levy investment create for the Hauraki Gulf?
E te maunga o te whare. The government's $6 million investment from the International Visitor Levy will enhance access to the Hauraki Gulf by upgrading tracks, wharves and water systems on iconic islands like Rangitoto, also known as Ngāpuna e Toru a Peretu, Tiritiri Mātangi, Te Kāwau a Toi, also known as Kawa Island, and Te Motutapu a Taikehu, Motutapu Island. These upgrades support more than 150,000 manuhiri who travel to these islands annually. Works are underway.
Supplementary. How does the philanthropic commitment build on the government's IVL funding for the Hauraki Gulf?
E te maunga o te whare, many people know about the chaotic havoc caused by kinnabarrons in the Hauraki Gulf, Tikapa Moana. The philanthropic commitment complements our government's investment by strengthening the reef restoration across the new protection areas. The Next Foundation is starting with $2 million in pilot projects around Te Hauturu o Toi, also known as Little Barrier, Otata Motu Horopapa and the Noisies, and Raupoiti or Administration Bay out at Motutapu. Philanthropy. Government and iwi will work together to restore the Gulf's ecosystems from the seabed up, and by combining IVL-funded infrastructure with privately funded restoration, we're building a full circle approach.
Good. Brevity is a really good thing.
Supplementary. What wider work is being supported through the IVL across the Department of Conservation?
It's a mānga o te whare. The IVL is driving significant on-the-ground conservation and tourism investment across the motu, for example, up at Raukumara, up in Ngāti Porou and Te Whānau Apanui, with forest regeneration and species protection, more support for wilding pines in the Branch Leatham and Mackenzie Basins and other areas throughout the country, and also, as heard earlier this week, those famous cycleways in the Ruapehu district with Ngātirangi and Te Korowai o Wainuiarua.
Question 5, Debbie Naurua-Paka.
Tēnā koe te pika. My question is to the Minister of Education. Does she agree with the President of Te Wakaroputanga Kaitiaki Kura o Aotearoa, New Zealand School Boards Association, Meredith Kennett, that, quote, to understand attendance and achievement statistics for rangatahi Māori, you have to understand our history, and that includes te tiriti, unquote. If so, how does she justify her decision to remove te tiriti or waitangi requirement from education governance?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, understanding history and the treaty are very different things than having a legal obligation to give effect to the treaty. Elected parents to a school board should not be delegated what is a core Crown responsibility. We are ensuring that that accountability for giving effect to the treaty sits where it belongs with the Crown, so that school boards focus on their core roles, ensuring children turning up to school, progressing in their learning, they're safe and succeeding. And we want school boards to have clear expectations about their role in supporting equitable outcomes for tamariki Māori.
Supplementary. Does the Minister have evidence that shows stripping te tiriti obligations will improve outcomes for Māori students, or is this purely ideological and anti-Māori policy?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the first part of the question, the evidence that I hold is that Māori achievement, tamariki Māori achievement, has been declining for decades. And if you want to talk about a treaty breach...
Hold on a minute. That's utterly ridiculous. If you've got a question, take one of your supplementaries and ask it. Don't barrack it across the House. A point of order.
We can't hear the Minister. I don't believe her microphone's
Well, of course you can't. And you're yelling in your own microphone. Of course you're not going to hear it. The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the information that I do have is that achievement data for tamariki Māori has been declining for decades. The gap is yawning. And if we want to talk about a treaty breach, that is it. The evidence that I have is that only 10% of Māori students are at curriculum for mathematics by the time they go to high school. 78% are more than a year behind. And everything that we're doing...
Point of order, the Honourable Debbie
Thank you. We truly are struggling to hear the Minister, and we're quiet on the side.
Okay, then we'll come back to the question in a few minutes. We'll see if the audio people can raise the volume on that microphone. We'll move to question 6. Dr Aisha Verrill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health.
Dr Verrill, sorry. No court talking at all while a question's being asked. Dr Verrill.
My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, does he stand by all his statements and actions?
The Honourable David Seymour.
On behalf of the Minister of Health, yes. For example, we stand by this government's commitment to raising immunisation rates for measles. When the government changed the time before last in 2017 to 18, we had 92.4% vaccinated. However, by 2023, something had happened for 6 years and it was only 77.1%. Since then, we have raised vaccination rates to 82%, and while typically there will be 3,000 immunisations per week, lately we've been seeing over 2,500 immunisations each day, and I think everybody should reflect carefully on the moral imperative not to take your eye off the ball on immunisation as happens in those years. It leaves all of us more vulnerable.
Supplementary. Is it still his position that he won't make cervical screening free for all who need it?
Mr. Speaker, the current government policy is not being changed or discussed at this point, but it could be. The only thing I will say to the member is that there is a choice between screening programs and treatments, and also screening other illnesses. If we were to put more money into screening, that would take money away from things that we can do, other things we can do, including funding treatment for those women who are unlucky enough to test positive for cervical cancer.
I think low enough answer, and if the member wants answers to her questions, it would be nice to listen to the answers.
Why should women have to pay for cervical screening when every other screening program is free?
Mr. Speaker, the government faces choices in everything it does, in every service that it offers. There are a range of services such as...
Sorry. Do we want to end the question? Because there's obviously no desire to hear the answer.
There's no question that in a perfect world, everything would be free of charge. But unfortunately, we don't live in that world. We each have to make choices in our households, in our companies, and indeed in government.
Supplementary, why won't he act on the recommendations of 2 parliamentary review committees to make cervical screening free for all who need it?
On behalf of the Minister of Health, for the reasons that I have given about having to make difficult choices, and something like, for example, extending a free screening program means that there's less money for other things, including treating those women who sometimes, unfortunately, have positive tests for cervical screening.
Will he join me in advocating for 90% of girls to be vaccinated for HPV so that New Zealand can eliminate cervical cancer?
Mr. Speaker, if, on behalf of the Minister of Health, if I wanted to join someone to promote vaccination and immunisation, it most certainly would not be the person who was a Minister of Health in a government which saw measles immunisation plummet. We are facing an outbreak where 3 to 8-year-olds are more 3 to 8-year-olds are more vulnerable because when they were young, those turkeys were in government and fewer of them got immunised.
That's enough.
Supplementary.
Just don't use commentary like that. It'll just cause problems.
Will the Minister commit to providing colposcopies for the more than 2,000 women overdue for one, as any delays increase their risk of developing cancer?
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm not going to start making health funding decisions on behalf of the Health Minister here in the House. What I can say is that the government has increased funding for healthcare from $30 billion to around $32 billion in the last 2 years. We have significantly increased the amount of money that goes into healthcare as we have attempted to clean up an enormous mess in administration. For example, it is sadly still the case that each region of the country has a different patient record system. And if you find yourself out of town and in a car crash and in hospital, they may have to email your hometown to find your patient records. I was talking to a doctor who actually had a surgery on the border between Auckland and Waikato, and half his patients are on one system, the other he didn't have the records for. Thankfully for that doctor, we've fixed it and we'll continue fixing what matters so the health system actually gets value for money.
We'll go back to question 5. There is nothing wrong with the microphone. I'd ask the Minister to speak into it, but we will hear the answers in silence. Debbie Narua-Paka.
Supplementary. Can the Minister name a single Māori organisation, iwi or education expert, who supports her decision, and will she table any consultation documents showing that Māori were actually listened to?
Mr. Speaker, this was an issue that was raised last year during consultation of the bill that's currently making its way through Parliament. It was decided that that would then go to a process undertaken by Minister Paul Goldsmith around the treaty principles. When that report came back, it did make a recommendation that it is questionable for school boards to be delegated a core Crown duty, and then Cabinet made that decision.
We'll take you through. Okay. Sorry.
Supplementary. What message does the Minister think this sends to tamariki Māori sitting in classrooms today that their language, their culture and identity no longer belong in the system meant to uplift them?
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't send that message at all. In fact, it strengthens the fact that we expect school boards to seek to achieve equitable outcomes for Māori students, to take all reasonable steps to provide teaching and learning in Te Reo Māori, and take all reasonable steps to ensure that the policies and practices for its school reflect New Zealand's cultural diversity. But more to that, what it sends is the signal that we take our core Crown responsibility for upholding the treaty very seriously when it comes to raising achievement for Māori students.
Just make the point that we are listening to these answers in silence. That means you don't speak. No, well, I'm now tell you very specifically without naming you, which is very generous on my part. Debbie Naruwa-Packer, last one.
Supplementary. When the Minister said her government is, quote, getting back to basics on 29 April 2024, did she mean erasing Māori language, Māori knowledge, and te tiriti o Waitangi from the basics of our national identity?
No, Mr. Speaker, what I meant was that I was going to uphold my core Crown duty under Section 32 of the Education Act to ensure that we are abiding by the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, and the core tenet of that is to raise Māori achievement at school like no other government has managed to do for a very long time. And it's really evident, because we're focused on a knowledge-rich curriculum and great teaching and learning in the classroom, that in fact, Mr. Speaker, Māori meeting expectations for early phonics has gone from 25% in Term 1 to 43% in Term 3. Our Māori kids are reading better than they ever have under this government because we take our responsibilities very seriously.
Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Minister confirm that all of her excellent education reforms have been signed off by a Cabinet with no less than 7 Māori members, and that perhaps the views put about in the House today are not the way all Māori think?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do have an exceptionally diverse caucus, including a number of Māori ministers who did sign off this decision, and all back me in my education reforms to make sure that all students, but especially tamariki Māori, who have been falling behind in their academic achievement, are all reaching their full potential, and we are the first government in a very long time to see any of those results turn around.
Question number 7. Tim Costley.
To the Minister for...
Sorry, Mr Costley. When questions are being asked, no one else is talking on either side of the House.
To the Minister for Mental Health, what recent announcements has he made about delivering a better mental health crisis response?
Mr Speaker,
the Honourable Matt Ducey.
Our mental health plan is focused on delivering results, faster access to support, more frontline workers and a better crisis response. Yesterday the focus was on creating a better crisis response. I announced a $61.6 million funding boost that will provide additional frontline workers for crisis assessment teams, new peer-led acute alternative services, additional peer support workers in hospital emergency departments and more crisis recovery cafes. When someone takes a brave step of reaching out, I want that support to be there.
What new peer-led crisis services will be delivered?
Mr Speaker, our mental health plan is working. We see reducing wait times and increased workforce. Since coming into government, the peer support lived experience workforce has grown by almost 100%. 3 more emergency departments will receive peer support workers on top of the 8 EDs already launched. 2 new peer-led crisis recovery cafes will be rolled out, bringing the total to 8 new cafes across the country. We're also establishing 2 new 10-bed peer-led acute alternative services to reduce inpatient ward admissions. To deliver a better crisis response, we want to ensure there is someone to call, someone to respond and somewhere to go.
Well, Mr Speaker, how does this announcement build on a better crisis response in Budget 25?
Mr Speaker, one of my top priorities is to improve access to timely mental health and addiction support. In Budget 2025, we announced $28 million to roll out 10 co-response mental health teams around the country to respond to 111 mental health distress calls, and also an additional crisis helpline capacity of 20,000 contacts. We've also implemented a 60-minute handover from police to emergency department workers for people arriving in distress. When someone takes that brave step to reach out, whether your child, a friend or a family member, this government is committed to ensuring the right support is in place.
Well, Mr. Speaker, how will this announcement deliver more frontline workers?
Mr. Speaker, I've always been open that one of the biggest barriers to timely mental health and addiction support in New Zealand is too many workforce vacancies. Part of this funding will add an additional 40 frontline workers to crisis assessment and treatment teams nationwide. These are frontline professionals who respond to acute mental health issues. We don't want people in distress waiting long periods of time for a crisis assessment. Their job is to assess risk, stabilise people in crisis and connect them to ongoing care, resulting in faster access to support. When someone takes a brave step of reaching out for support, workforce should never be a barrier.
Question 8, Ginny Addison. Honourable Ginny Addison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure. Does he stand by his statement that the government's infrastructure pipeline, quote, will create thousands of employment opportunities for New Zealanders, end quote? If so, why?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Yes, is the short answer, because the government has a large infrastructure pipeline that will generate thousands of jobs as the pipeline is unveiled and rolled out.
How many jobs will be generated from the government's list of infrastructure projects by Christmas?
Well, if the member's referring to the $7 billion initiatives that we announced in, I think it was July, roughly for every $1 billion, around 4,500 jobs are created. Specific projects vary clearly, but that's a rough estimate that the Infrastructure Commission has devised, so the member can do the math, I hope.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. That was a pretty clear question.
Yes, it was, and the answer was pretty clear as well.
So is he unable?
You've got another sub?
Right, sure. How many of the thousands of jobs he promised in July 2025 have been delivered to date?
Well, the thing about $7 billion of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, is that it takes time to roll them out. $7 billion of projects starting by Christmas. To give the member one example that I think she knows well, the Melling interchange, for example,
Okay,
is a
that's going to see the termination of the question if we can't.
It's a 7-year build. Aotearoa to North Levin is a roughly 5.5-year build. The level crossing program in Auckland is, again, a 4 to 5 year build. You can't turn these things on straight away. They ramp up over time. The point is there's billions of dollars of construction jobs coming into the market over the next few years. Some of the projects will take 2 years, others will take quite a long time. The point is they're starting, which is in contradistinction to the previous government.
What constitutes the beginning of an infrastructure project?
Normally when me or another minister goes and turns a sod.
Can he be clear to the House
No, hang on, sorry. What makes people think they can talk during a question? Ginny Addison, Honourable Ginny Addison.
Can he be clear that he is telling New Zealanders that the beginning of an infrastructure project constitutes him turning up in a high-vis with a shovel?
Look, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to know how to answer this question without causing embarrassment to the member. What happens is an agency or the government appropriates money, then there are business cases done, then construction funding is confirmed either by Cabinet or in relation to the Transport Agency, for example, or the particular government department. Then a contractor is arranged, then contracted, then at some point a project actually starts. Now, it may surprise the member to learn, because the last government didn't do a lot of this. Ministers normally like to turn up to the start of projects that they've had some involvement in funding to make sure they get built. So projects start literally when contractors arrive on site and start drilling holes and digging dirt. That's what construction starting means.
Yeah, I think that's it.
How many of the projects listed under his press release in July 2025 meet the criteria he just laid out?
Well, of all the projects that have started, all of them. There are some It's not before we haven't reached the end of the year yet, and there are a range of projects yet to come.
Good. Question number 9, Rima Narkley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Transport and asks, what recent announcements has he made about land transport rules?
Honourable James Meager.
Mr. Speaker, last week the excellent and eloquent Minister of Transport, Chris Bishop, and I announced the beginning of public consultation on 3 significant areas of work on land transport rules. The consultation will focus on the frequency and inspection requirements for warrants of fitness and certificates of fitness A, heavy vehicle permitting, and the consideration of potential additional safety requirements for vehicles entering the fleet.
Supplementary. Why is the government consulting on changes for warrants of fitness and certificates of fitness?
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand currently has one of the most frequent regimes globally, and we want to make sure that we are not placing unnecessary costs or time pressures on Kiwis while still keeping everyone safe on the road. The government is looking at how other jurisdictions handle this. For example, Europe checks light vehicles every 2 years, and most states in Australia and provinces in Canada actually only require a warrant of fitness when a vehicle changes ownership or when a defect is identified.
Supplementary. What will these changes mean for vehicle owners?
Mr. Speaker, these changes will save Kiwis from having to renew their WOF every year. They reflect the fact that many of our vehicles that are actually aged 4 to 10 years don't require annual warrants of fitnesses. Just like the changes made by Minister Bishop to the warrant of fitness frequency changes to vintage vehicles, we are taking a modern approach which will see Kiwis save more time and money each year.
Supplementary. How can people have their say on these changes?
Mr. Speaker, Kiwis can have their say by submitting their thoughts to NZTA. Consultation opened last Wednesday and closes on the 17th of December. Following feedback from the public, a new rule could be potentially in place by the middle of next year.
Question number 10, the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transport and asks, what is the total amount that the Crown has paid for Transmission Gully to date, including settlements, and what is the annual amount of the quarterly payments to the Wellington Gateway Partnership?
Mr. Speaker, the cost of Transmission Gully to the Crown was $1.25 billion, and the average annual unitary charge paid to Wellington Gateway Partnership is $113 million. NZTA reached a confidential commercial settlement with Wellington Gateway Partnership and its subcontractors in December 2024. The agreement resolved all disputes and ended ongoing High Court litigation. NZTA now has direct responsibility for completing the remaining works and a greater role in maintenance and operations. The financial details of the settlement are commercially sensitive and subject to non-disclosure agreements. I will say, though, that the settlement does not increase the cost for taxpayers.
Is the cost of rebuilding 6 kilometres of Transmission Gully included within the $32 million budgeted for this year's routine maintenance and resurfacing? And if not, what is the additional cost of this work?
The cost of the work the member is being talked about is covered by the settlement.
How can the public know what the total cost of Transmission Gully is to the Crown and the ongoing cost if the settlement is confidential?
Well, I think I've answered that in my primary answer, that the cost was $1.25 billion and the average annual unitary charge paid to Wellington Gateway Partnership is $113 million for the life of the rest of the contract. The settlement that has been reached between NZTA and the Wellington Gateway Partnership and its subcontractors in December last year is commercial in confidence.
So Does the $1.25 billion total cost include the 25 years of annual payments of $113 million?
No.
So $113 million every year for 25 years, in addition to the $1.25 billion, is what the taxpayers will be paying for Transmission Gully? And does that include ongoing operations and maintenance costs that NZTA is now responsible for?
The unitary payment for the life of the contract is lower now as a result of the commercial settlement, because NZTA is now bearing the responsibility for operations and maintenance. The original inception of the PPP was for the partnership to be responsible for that. Because of the commercial settlement, NZTA is now responsible, and that is borne out in the unitary payment amount going forward.
How can New Zealanders have confidence in the use of PPPs for multi-billion-dollar highways like the one in the north of the Auckland region, from Warkworth to Te Hana, when it was a national government that signed the contract for Transmission Gully, which is clearly going to cost far more to the taxpayer than was originally envisaged?
The member, I think, confuses a few things. There have been 2 independent reviews into Transmission Gully, including by the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, and they concluded that the PPP model is not the root cause of Transmission Gully's delays and cost overruns. Interestingly, one of the issues that actually caused many of the delays around Transmission Gully was consenting. Getting the resource consents for quite a complex piece of work, and anyone who's driven through it will know, difficult terrain was time-consuming and extremely expensive, and then COVID happened in the middle of it, which also put pressure on it. The PPP model was not the cause of much of what the member is complaining about, and in fact, successive reviews have said that.
Question number 11, Dr. Panjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of the government's statements and actions?
Mr.
The
Speaker.
Honourable David Seymour.
Yes, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I stand by this government's commitment to cutting red tape and making it easier for New Zealanders to work and provide for themselves and their families. For example, the government is repealing and replacing the Holidays Act 2003, a law so complicated even government departments have struggled to follow it with all their resources and proximity to the government. Employers will instead have certainty with straightforward rules, and workers and businesses alike will benefit from leave payments being simple and predictable. We're replacing the Resource Management Act, relevant to the previous question, massively pushing up the cost of getting things like roads done, and we've repealed largely the earthquake-prone buildings laws, which are putting massive costs on New Zealanders for next to no benefit.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. What is the government doing to improve the justice system and keep New Zealanders safe?
Mr. Speaker, the government has decided to adopt a philosophy that it is the right of New Zealanders to be safe, not to be victims, and to be supported if they are victims, while the government's role is to ensure there are consequences for criminals. The court system, under our Minister who happens to be here beside me, Nicole McKee, has now had a 20% reduction in the District Court's criminal case backlog, because justice delayed is justice denied. In addition to that, we've seen the total prison population at 10,800, up 1,700 since the government took office. Previously there was a policy to let them out and see what happened. Now we are locking people up if they harm their fellow New Zealanders.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. How is the government focusing the education system on student achievement?
Mr. Speaker, we've traversed this already in question time, but the changes that we've heard about already, having a curriculum that is rich in content, taught by a knowledgeable teacher standing at the front of one classroom, not 3 joined together, and tested by exams where you actually can't dodge the hard bits. That is how you transfer knowledge from one generation to the next, not to mention continually rising school attendance rates, because it's hard to learn when you're at school. but it is impossible if you don't go.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. What is the government doing to rebalance the New Zealand history curriculum?
Well, Mr. Speaker, under the previous government, we saw a history curriculum, I would say, imposed on the New Zealand student body that said things like Māori history is the foundational and continuous history of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
The Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Mr. Speaker, we've traversed this matter a number of times, but in this particular instance, this is coming from a minister who you have warned a number of times today alone.
Yeah, look, just to make your point, don't start giving me a lecture on how to operate.
The minister is quite clearly...
the people speaking while his point of order's on.
...using a question from his own side to literally express his opinions.
And
he shouldn't be allowed to.
I was about to curtail that. So is there another supplementary? Good. We'll go to question 12, Tangi Utakiri.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transport. Does he stand by the government's Roads of National Significance program? If so, how much of that program has been fully funded to date?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the government's committed to building a long-term pipeline of transport infrastructure investments to redress our deficit and build jobs and growth. Our Roads of National Significance program is a key part of this pipeline. As the member knows, $1.2 billion was announced last month to get on with getting these projects ready for delivery. In response to the second part of the member's question, the following projects are fully funded and currently in delivery: Otaki to north of Avin, State Highway 29, Tariko West Stage 1, Omanawa Bridge replacement, Hawke's Bay Expressway Stage 1, the Takitimu North Link Stage 1. They are fully funded and currently being delivered.
Supplementary, of the $1.2 billion that he's just referred to, how much of that is actually going towards construction rather than just planning, consenting and property purchases, especially when the full program is projected to cost up to $54 billion?
Well, I don't have the exact breakdown in front of me, but there will be some early works included within that. But we can get back to the member on that. But the bulk of the money is for consenting and designations. I know that the member may not like to hear this, but actually you can't just turn up tomorrow and build a road. These are complex operations. You need land, you need consents, you need designations, you need route protection, you need seismic work, you need geological testing. All of that work has to happen. I know the other guys don't like hearing it because they didn't build anything, but that's actually what building a road involves.
Supplementary, why is he announcing multi-billion-dollar projects without any funding for construction, which will only mislead communities into expecting local jobs that will never eventuate?
I'm not. I'm announcing funding to get the work ready for projects that will be come up for funding in due course. What the sector has said to us, Mr. Speaker, and what the public has said to us repeatedly, and I'm sure they've said it to that member as well, the public wants a long-term infrastructure pipeline of transport projects. They want a 10, 20 and 30-year vision. And that is exactly what we are creating. You cannot create an infrastructure pipeline without the necessary work to build it.
If these projects are not fully financed, isn't the promise of thousands of regional infrastructure jobs effectively just a mirage?
Well, some of the projects that the member talks about are in delivery right now and creating thousands of regional infrastructure jobs. So, for example, Otaki to north of Avin, the Hawke's Bay Expressway, for which the sod turning is very soon.
Stop. That's got to stop. It's just constant all the time, and it adds nothing.
I mean,
Chris Bishop, just don't make any comment, just answer your question.
Well, I'll just invite the member to go and visit the Takitimu North Link Stage 1 project, which is underway right now. There's hundreds, probably thousands of people working on that, let alone before you count all the spin-off jobs of all the people who are working outside the north of Tauranga working on that really important project.
Supplementary, why has Waka Kotahi started using a 60-year time frame and a much lower 1.5 to 2% discount rate when working out whether his roads are worth it? And how would those projects stack up if the previous settings of 30 years and 6% discount were still used?
NZTA is following Treasury guidance in relation to that. That decision was made by Treasury, so NZTA is following the rules set down by Treasury in the appropriate way. As I understand it, I'm not an expert on these matters, but as I understand it, it goes to the fact that roads have a social good component as well, other than just economic, to the extent that you can bifurcate between economic and social. That's as I understand it. But the other thing I would say is that BCRs, or benefit cost ratios, as I think the member knows, are not the be-all and end-all of everything. Take one notable example that I've talked about before. The Northern Busway across the Harbour Bridge in Auckland back in 2007 had a BCR of just over 1. That has been the single most successful transport project in New Zealand history in terms of deferred maintenance on the Harbour Bridge and extending the life of the asset. If you actually analysed it properly, it would have a benefit cost ratio of, I would argue, probably well over 10. But when it was actually analysed, it had one of 1.1. Sometimes dynamic effects of building projects create jobs and growth in ways that you don't expect and can't be captured by strict economic models, which is why the government's view is BCRs are useful, but they are not a strict Bible to follow.
Good.
Does he seriously expect road users, like Northlanders, to pay $60 to $80 in tolls every time they drive between Whangarei and Auckland to cover his funding shortfall, when that project alone is projected to cost up to $22 billion and carry 10,000 vehicles a day?
No, and that's not the proposition. We've always said that tolling makes a contribution towards funding of roads and allows them to be brought forward and also to cover the ongoing operations and maintenance in relation to roads. But the idea that any road would be fully covered or funded by the tolling revenue that would come from that is not accurate, and it would be unlikely to ever happen.
That concludes oral questions. If there are people who need to leave the House for other business, please take 30 seconds to do so before I call the Mike Davidson for his maiden statement. So that means leave the House without discussion on the way. We all leaving? In accordance with a decision by the Business Committee, I call on Mike Davidson to make a maiden statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whakapūkena te tātou o te matoranga o te whakaaro, te whitina o Matariki, hahere ai ki te pipi whararua, kui, whiti ora, kui, ki raka utu nei, kui, ki a papatuanuku I takoto nei, kui ki mua, kui ki muri, ki a rongo mai ai koe, ki te tangi a te manu nei, kui, whiti ora, ki te whao, ki te ao maorama, tihei, mauri ora. E te pou whakaruru hou o te takiwa nei, e te mana whenua, tēnā koutou. Ko āraki te mauna, ko nā wai puka I rereani, ko nā wai tapu, ko nā tapu te iwi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Mr. Speaker, in August 2020, a few days before my father died of prostate cancer, I promised him 3 things. First, that I would follow through the process we had started together and gain whakapapa registration with Ngāi Tahu. Second, I would finish my environmental science degree. And third, that I would become a member of this country's parliament. 5 years later, those 3 things are finally ticked off. But my journey to this House did not start in 2020. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the people that have been part of my journey, many of them here today. My whānau, Fiona, Harry, Gay, Leon, Claire, Frank, Matt, Murray, Susie, Dom, Sebastian, Megan, Lucy, Harrison and Leanne. Former councillor colleagues, the team at Whitiora and Taumatururanga, and of course I can't forget the regulars at Vic's Cafe. I'd like to acknowledge the Honourable Eugenie Sage, the Honourable Leanne Dalzell, the Honourable Rick Barker and Brendan Burns, who are all here today, and also the taumata from Ngāi Tuahariri. I want to thank the Green Party members and supporters, especially those in Christchurch Central, Ireland and the wider Aotearoa. And lastly, I want to pay a special tribute to my father, Rob, who left us all too soon. He was more than a father to me. He was a mentor, a best friend, and a big reason why I'm standing here today. I wish he was here to witness this occasion, and I know he'd be proud. I came from a working class family with a train driver dad and mum, a childcare worker. It was a stereotypical Kiwi childhood, spent tramping and camping with my parents and brother all around Te Waipounamu. Politics and protests growing up were part of our family. I remember a photograph in the press newspaper of a 7-year-old me with my father and brother in the rain protesting at a National Government Transport Amendment Bill that would deregulate the railways, encouraging freight onto our roads instead. It was these experiences that shaped me, that laid the foundation. As a teenager, I always wanted to be an MP, so I joined the New Labour Party. I remember posting my membership form, but I never heard back. Then life got in the way, and it wasn't until 2011 that spark was lit again. My home, Aotearoa, had been rocked by earthquakes, and it was through post-quake response and recovery that I realised the importance and power of community. At the same time, I was going on regular group bike rides, often including my father, then Councillor Glenn Livingstone, and former MP Brendan Burns. Naturally, the conversations were political. With the 2013 local government elections looming, I surprised many by standing for the local community board, getting elected, and then being elected as the board chair. Within a few months, I had discovered my why. It was on the community board that I had my first introduction to the importance of urban transport planning as we led the consultation on one of the first of 13 new major cycleways in Aotearoa, the Paparui Parallel. In 2016, I was elected to Christchurch City Council, and in 2017, to show my support for Materia Ture, I joined the Greens. I had found my political home, the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. My father and grandfather were life members of the Labour Party. The generations that followed are Green. In 2019, I was re-elected to the City Council and chaired Council's Urban Development and Transport Committee and the Coastal Hazards Working Group. Climate change is the biggest threat facing us, and as a coastal country, the impact on Aotearoa is going to be severe. The impact on our Pacific Island neighbours, much worse. Anthropogenic activities have seen ecosystems destroyed, habitats wiped out, far too many species lost, and thousands more at risk. The impacts of a rapidly changing climate will only make this worse. Climate-related events are becoming more intense and more frequent. Many of our coastal communities are being impacted by sea level rise, coastal erosion and storm surges. Other communities are at increased risk of pluvial flooding, fire and drought. Climate change is no longer an abstract concept happening to someone else, somewhere else, sometime in the future. It is here and now. We should be acting. But instead we continue to pander to vested interests and fight amongst ourselves. We need to do better. We need to be better. The decisions that are made or not made in this House will be felt by the generations that follow. Do we really want to go down in the history books as the generation that failed this country? While adaptation is now necessary, it is simply not possible to adapt ourselves out of the worst impacts of climate change. We must continue to mitigate and accelerate our efforts to lower emissions. In cities, transport is the biggest polluter. In Aotearoa, New Zealand's second largest city, 54% of emissions come from the transport sector, and most of that from land transport. We must transform our transport system across the country. We must make it easier for people to choose to walk, bike and take public transport. We must make it easier for people to own and have access to an electric car. Our urban form and our transport networks need to work together. We can no longer sprawl, taking over valuable food-producing land and locking us into car dependency. We must grow in and up. Unfortunately, with a current focus on bigger, more expensive but low-value motorways, our communities are missing out on safer, quieter, people-friendly streets and the climate and health benefits that go with them. My time as a city councillor has made me acutely aware of the importance of local government and its role of providing for community. The well-being of the people who make up the towns and cities across Aotearoa is a core function of councils. And instead of continually scapegoating them, central government needs to work in partnership with local government. Councils are on the ground every day, implementing government direction, and continual changes are expensive and erode trust. They have done the mahi, provided good information on how to improve the sector. Let's listen to them. It was 2018 that my father was diagnosed with prostate cancer. He knew he had relatives in Scotland, but not who they were. So he took a DNA test, and this led us to connect with some Scottish cousins. What was most interesting about the test, however, was that it showed that he was Māori. This discovery meant a lot to my father, and it explained a lot as well. My great-grandfather was Alexander Ramsay. Alex was the son of William Daniel Barrett, a Ngāi Tuahuriri man from Tuahiwi. Alex's mother married a Scottish man 3 months before he was born, and because of the social norms at that time, his Māori identity was taken from him. That had a rippling effect. Like Alex, my grandmother never knew her whakapapa, my father only shortly before he died, myself and my brother in our 40s. One of the most memorable moments in my life was being welcomed as whānau at the wharenui at Tuahiwi Marae by the late Dame Araha Wereti Crofts, who at the time was our closest living relative. The kororo from both my father and Auntie Araha on that day is something that will live with me forever. So even though we had been welcomed as whānau, gaining registration through the Ngāi Tahu Whakapapa unit was extremely important to my father. Not for him, not for myself, but for his mother, who had struggled through state care and abuse. He saw this as a way to give her mana. In 2023, I was fortunate to be employed as operations manager for Tau Mutururanga. And then in 2024, I moved to Whitiora Centre, the organisation mandated to drive positive outcomes for my hapu, Ngāi Tuahuriri. As an MP, I look forward to continuing the work with my hapu and others across the Ngāi Tahu, Takua and beyond. I stand in this house today concerned for our future. Our communities are struggling and the environment is under attack, and politics across the globe and here in New Zealand is becoming more confrontational and toxic. We are failing our tamariki. But while I'm concerned, there is hope. Hope found in action, in the volunteers and community groups working collectively across the motu to help each other, to restore nature and to advocate for change. And hope is also here in this house. It's in the members' bills, it's in the thousands and thousands of submissions on legislation and in every debate. And those of us working to make Aotearoa a fairer, more inclusive and sustainable country will not give up. Over the next 12 months, I will work with my Green colleagues to hold this government to account, to challenge them, and to show the people of Aotearoa what a government with a green heart will offer our country. A country that upholds Te Tiriti o Waitangi, that takes real action on climate change and lifts people out of poverty. A country where everyone has what they need, our water is clean, and nature thrives. Where our healthcare system is resourced to meet its needs, where children can safely walk and bike to school, and we all live in warm, dry, affordable homes. The current drive for economic growth at any cost is hurting us, and it is destroying our environment. I think that people forget that we do not live to serve the economy, it is here to serve us. We created the current economic system, and we can recreate it in a way that better serves people and planet. We have huge challenges ahead, and we cannot solve them if we only think about the short-term gains for a privileged few and ignore the long-term costs to the many. Because I want to see enduring change where we don't constantly roll back progress and where people and planet come first, not the GDP. I want to leave this house knowing I've been a good ancestor, knowing that I've made my mother and father proud and created a better future for my son. Nō tātou a mō ka uria muri aki nei for us and our children after us. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Well, there will be members wanting to congratulate Mike on his maiden statement. The House will resume with normal business, so I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable Chris Bishop. Sorry, hold on a moment. I'm all over the show here. We'll just do the formal part. Just do the formal part. Honourable Chris Bishop, I present the legislative statement.
Mr Speaker,
just present the legislative statement.
I present a legislative statement on the Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website. I will call the member in a minute. Sorry.
Done. Goodness me.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. That's good. Go outside. I call on the Honourable Chris Bishop.
I move that the Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Environment Select Committee to consider the bill. Mr Speaker, it's very pleasing to introduce this amendment bill for the Fast Track Approvals Act to promote supermarket competition and to improve the application process so it's more efficient for all fast track projects. Mr Speaker, the government's making this change to make it clear to the grocery retail sector that projects that will improve competition are within fast track scope. It's a range of technical and machinery amendments are also aimed at speeding up the application process by up to 6 weeks or potentially more in some cases. The aim of the changes is to cumulatively reduce timeframes, lower costs, improve flexibility and clarify operational matters. Mr Speaker, Fast Track was designed to offer a streamlined alternative to convoluted RMA-based consenting processes and also to establish a one-stop shop regime. That means large or complex projects can now make a simple application for multiple consents, permissions and approvals. There's been a steady stream of applications since February this year and several large projects gaining final approval from independent expert panels. There is real appetite for the fast track approvals process. The government's very proud about how it's working. It's worth noting it's not the first time the Parliament has authorised a fast track regime. The previous government had its own version. We think our version's better, but two versions, okay. Well, we think our version's triply better than the member reading out her version, we are happy with how it's going so far. But our view is that there are a range of process-based improvements that can be made. We've consulted with applicants, agencies, councils, and actually the expert or the panel conveners themselves around improving the operational efficiency of the Act. In terms of the grocery retail developments, as I think all members know, we're focused on creating the conditions for enduring improvements to grocery competition to benefit consumers. Grocery retailers are not excluded from fast track applications, but we have heard that potential grocery retailers are not confident their projects will be eligible. So the bill includes proposals to remove barriers to entry and expansion of new competitors by making it easier to get consents for new supermarkets. The changes clarify that improving regional or national competition in the grocery industry is a valid factor the Minister for Infrastructure can consider in referral decisions, and expert panels must have regard to the Minister's reasons for referring an application, including those relating to grocery competition. The bill proposes a general power to issue government policy statements, including on grocery retail competition, which the Minister for Infrastructure and expert panels must consider when making project decisions. We're also making changes to the eligibility criteria for the multi-proof approvals regime to support both grocery developments and developments in other sectors with more streamlined building consenting. Timeframes for approvals will vary case by case, but we do expect the streamlined approach. Grocery developments could obtain necessary consents and resource management approvals in a year or less after formal lodgement. The Commerce Commission's recent annual grocery report tells us it takes on average 18 months and $1 million to obtain consent for a new supermarket, which when you think about it is totally nuts. Well, we're fixing that, watch this space, but 18 months and $1 million for a new supermarket, I think is frankly nuts, Mr Speaker, and indefensible. In relation to the technical and machinery improvements, the description of this undersells the fact that combined effect will be to make fast track more operationally and procedurally efficient. Our estimates are it will take at least 6 weeks, potentially more, out of the current statutorily prescribed processes. The referral process for projects approved for referral currently takes on average of 71 working days, and the substantive stage takes on average of 130 working days. Process improvements could reduce this further. It's probably not the right place to give a comprehensive overview of the amendments here. They are summarised in the legislative statement and in the bill itself, but I would summarise their intent, Mr Speaker, by saying the aim is to reduce process time and complexities. So, for example, the amendments will allow part of the process to occur in parallel where that makes sense. We'll also give applicants and other users more clarity on what information is required at various application stages. They will allow applicants to address information gaps during the earlier stages of the process. The amendments include proposals to reduce the scope for projects to be rejected on procedural grounds if part of the application is withdrawn. It proposes applications can be granted conditionally without planned future infrastructure, such as roads and services being completed. And proposals in the bill will clarify that Schedule 2 listed projects are nationally or regionally significant. This will allow expert panels to focus on the adverse impacts and whether or not they outweigh the project's benefits and reduce unnecessary litigation. Several technical amendments are proposed by MFE, Ministry of the Environment, Department of Conservation and MBIE, which include correcting lapsing rules, aligning reporting obligations, and resolving inconsistencies in a variety of provisions. And we are also fixing the issue around the Stellar Passage development at the Port of Tauranga to make sure that that project description is rightly aligned with what the project is, following a recent High Court case. Amendments that do not require system changes, such as the grocery competition-related amendments, will come into force on the day after the date of royal assent. Amendments that require post-enactment updates to systems and processes could be in place by February 26 to allow time for implementation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the government agencies involved in drafting the bill for their continued efforts. I also want to thank all those who engaged in a bit of a process we ran to suggest improvements for engaging or using fast track. This is a relatively straightforward, simple amendment bill that we want to get through the House so that we can make those machinery and technical improvements to make sure that people can continue to benefit from the great work that Fast Track is doing. Commend the bill to the House.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on the bill. Now, the Minister has talked about in all the press releases and the front page of this bill talk about groceries and supermarkets an awful lot. And Mr. Speaker, on the Labour Party, we totally agree. Do everything that we can to stop or to create more competition for our grocery sector. That is a good thing to be doing. That is something that we worked on government, and I commend this government if they're continuing to do some of the work. Good. However, most of this bill is not about that issue. Most of this bill is not about the groceries, it's not about the supermarkets. This bill is a Trojan horse, Mr. Speaker, for watering down even more this government's version of the fast track. What it is doing, as we all know, that Shane Jones is a big proponent of the fast track, and this government's fast track, which is quite different from the two previous fast tracks because it overrides environmental protections. When the fast track bill was introduced, it was going to have ministerial oversight. And Mr. Speaker, there were huge protests in the streets. In Auckland, you could have been at Aotearoa Square and people were already down the bottom of Queen Street near Britomart. There were that many people protesting. And to give some credit to this government, they did listen a little bit and they changed those provisions around the ministerial approval. Then, in the select committee process, there was a lot of work on how it was that expert panels were going to work. How were they going to get as much evidence as was relevant to enable a fast process, but also one that enabled the decision makers to make some reasonably robust decisions. I would say not nearly robust enough, because we, of course, opposed that fast track bill because it was overriding environmental regulations and overriding community plans. What this bill does is moves that step closer to Shane Jones' original idea, which is the ministers having the say. And they have that say by referring projects or having already put them on the 149 listed projects. So where there was a little bit of rigour, not sure if you can say a little bit of rigour, but there was something akin to rigour, was that the expert panels, who are appointed to be experts, that they had some discretion to ask for other people to give them information and evidence. And, Mr. Speaker, we now have had the fast track in place, this government's version of the fast track in place for some time, and we have seen some annoyance from Minister Shane Jones about the fact that expert panels have been asking for evidence, for more information. And that has meant that their decisions have not always been exactly what Minister Shane Jones has wanted. So now what this bill is doing is removing That ability, the one little check in the system for those expert panels to ask for additional evidence and for different groups to come and give them information. That discretion is gone burger with this amendment. So this is not just a simple little bill that's just doing a little bit of fixing up and we don't need to worry about it, because really it's about good supermarket changes. It is not that. And if it was only about supermarket changes, Madam Speaker, we would be in support of it. The Minister has said the supermarkets have asked for, or potential supermarkets have asked for this, that it would be helpful. We would be in support of it. We are in support of fast tracking when environmental protections are not overridden, and that is our track record. So I'm deeply disappointed once again by this government's continued cynical approach of combining something that's a little bit good with something that is disastrous. We support the grocery provisions, but we do not support the rest of this bill.
Good job. The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. Tēnā koutou e te whare. As my colleague Rachel Brooking so eloquently laid out, so much of what this government does is putting up some positive spin, some smoke and mirrors, and their real agenda is simply allowing corporates and those who have the most to benefit and profit at the public expense. And that includes environmental damage as well as public cost. We see that as a pattern happening over and over again. And however reasonable Minister Bishop might be on some urban planning issues, when it comes to solving the issue of supermarket competition, this is not the way to do it. The Green Party will not be supporting this bill. Fast track is not good public policy. It is not the best way to ensure we have good planning rules. And there are many other tools available to the minister and the government, which they could have easily pursued. But they always choose to go with something that is kind of like taking a hacksaw to cutting a loaf of bread, and they're quite happy to overdo it, to create a tool that allows far too much discretion, and it's very, very clear that this is not going to result in inclusive, transparent decision-making that we need, respecting the role of tangata whenua as kaitiaki, and enabling us to protect the things that matter most, which include life, Indigenous biodiversity, which is life, a stable climate, and all of that. So amendments in this bill only worsen the nature of the fast track approvals process. It does not provide a credible solution. Now, what they could have done, because this does exist and it's been done, is have a national policy statement on supermarket developments. They have done this for housing in the past. We can do it for increasing housing around rapid transit. We could do it for other things. Having a national policy statement was a simple fix that could have addressed any issues. We don't have to go through an undemocratic fast track process. But you know, it's pretty clear what the agenda of this coalition government is. It's not good planning law. It's not protecting the environment. It's not protecting ordinary workers or communities or those most likely to live in poverty. It is enabling private profit at the expense of public good. And that's what the fast track process is all about. It is all about enabling private corporations to run roughshod over communities, over our precious natural environment, to have limited or no oversight over what's done. They really just want a rubber stamp for companies to do whatever the heck they want. And they'll pretend that this is somehow going to benefit people. Well, there's a whole lot of smart policy that we could be implementing that would genuinely benefit those who are struggling with the high cost of living. And the Green Party has laid out a comprehensive alternative approach in our Green budget, which shows that we could improve the incomes for the vast majority of New Zealanders, ensure everybody had a sustainable living income, you know, no matter what their employment status is. We could make sure that the wealthiest people in this country pay their fair share in tax, and that would enable us to invest in the core public services that people need. And when it comes to supermarket competition, it's actually the Green Party who has long called for measures to address this, like an ombudsman, which we proposed like well over a decade ago. There's so much that could be done, but really it's going through the fast track process is not necessary nor sufficient to deliver more affordable prices on food and other goods that are sold in supermarkets. So we see through this, and I think most New Zealanders do, and that's reflected in their very poor polling, the absolute lack of trust in the Prime Minister, who is one of those people who benefits the most from the government's policies, like not taxing capital gains. It's a party, three parties for the wealthy and sorted, for the wealthy donors, for the mining companies, for those that would destroy the environment that our life depends on simply to make a few extra bucks, while there's a whole host of people who are living barely able to get by in this country. And government's going to be changing.
Madam Speaker.
Simon Court.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to stand here on behalf of the ACT Party to support the Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill. This bill is about fixing what matters, making sure the one-stop shop for complex consenting actually functions as Cabinet intended. Because it turns out that some of the things Kiwis need, like more supermarkets, actually need a bit of a nudge. And what this bill does, it allows supermarkets that qualify to enter the fast-track system and have all the things they typically need consents for: earthworks, putting in drainage, traffic management, all of these things consented in one place and with a very strict set of criteria. Is there a national and regional significance test? It turns out that we need more supermarkets because competition means lower prices. Lower prices means more affordable things for Kiwis, like food and all those other groceries that many families worry, can they afford and pay the other bills that they get every month in the mail. What this bill does, introduces supermarket competition and also clarifies that some specific significant projects like Tauranga Stellar Passage project for Tauranga Port actually are covered by the fast-track process. Because, believe it or not, despite this government's stated intention that we should get on with consenting and delivering projects, meet environmental tests, meet our conservation obligations, and of course, compensate people fairly under the Public Works Act if land is acquired or impaired by the development of these projects. Some of the decision-making processes have identified actually the legislation needs a bit of panel beating. That's what this government's all about. We're not here to claim that everything that we've said or done is perfect, but we are here to fix what matters. And what's coming after this, in just a few weeks' time, is introduction of a new resource management system, 2 new bills to deal with planning and environmental matters separately, that are going to resolve some of the underlying problems that Fast Track intends to solve. We're always going to need a one-stop shop for complex consenting, but those underlying resource management issues need an entirely new system of their own. At the moment, Kiwis need to get 40,000 consents a year for things, everything from where you might hang a laundry line to a tiny retaining wall, and of course major infrastructure. We need to get that back to something far more sensible. When I studied civil engineering, Kiwis only needed 5,000 consents a year. We need to be much more ambitious. Fast Track is ambitious. ACT is here to fix what matters. That's why we support this bill, Madam Speaker.
Chair, Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill. And yes, it is true, Madam Speaker, this was a core part of the New Zealand First National Coalition Agreement. And yes, I know from the experience, the leader, the Honourable Winston Peters and Shane Jones, yes, in that briefcase when they rocked up to those meetings, this bill was in there. And yes, finally we're getting it to look like more like what we wanted to start with. It is a one-stop shop for consenting, and it is, in New Zealand we have an issue at the moment around productivity. and we need to get these projects consented. It's also, we're talking about the supermarkets, we're also talking about regional New Zealand where we need competition. We need to start seeing extra competition in the supermarket industry, and this bill will allow that to happen. We're also seeing around consultation. I've been a resource consent hearings commissioner, and the nonsense that goes on in some of these consent hearings from people across the country who have nothing to do with the thing that's trying to be consented, when the local communities want to see a project to be consented underway to create economic activity and jobs. It is stifled by people that don't even live there, have nothing to do with the area. It's also going to make the process 6 weeks quicker. That's something we want to do. We want to see a pipeline of activity. We want to see that we've got one project where people can go from onto another project to create that economic activity. On that side of the house, all we hear is no. No, we've heard no to infrastructure, no to airports, no to roads, we've heard no to housing, no to energy projects, no to the supermarkets because they're not going to vote for it. They said they would, but they won't. They're going to say no to mining because mining's no good for them, no to aquaculture, and to my right here, they're also saying no to farming activities. They say no to everything. So I actually don't know what their plan is. I know our plan is a pipeline. It's going to give a lot of activity. We're going to get rid of the delays. I commend this bill to the House.
Speaker. The call is Honourable Nicola Willis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for Infrastructure for his opening remarks. I'm pleased to speak to the Fast Track and Approvals Amendment Bill because it will support grocery competition and thereby enable better deals for Kiwi shoppers. This bill helps to create an express lane for new supermarkets to boost competition in the grocery sector. The amendments in this bill make it clear to those considering opening new supermarkets that their projects are within the fast track regime's scope if they improve competition. These changes to clarify eligibility are about easing the barriers that we've been told are holding back competition in our grocery market. We're doing this because Kiwi shoppers need and deserve greater competition so they can benefit from lower prices and more choice. And this bill is a step towards achieving that. Madam Speaker, the New Zealand Commerce Commission has found that competition in the New Zealand grocery sector is limited. The sector is highly concentrated, with the major grocery retailers, Woolworths and Foodstuffs North and South Island, making up 82% of the market. While they have different banners and brands underneath them, essentially we have a duopoly in our supermarket sector in New Zealand, which contributes to less affordable groceries for everyday Kiwis. And the limited competition also means Kiwi shoppers have less choice about where they shop and face higher prices at the checkout compared with other countries. You can choose between a Pack and Save and a New World, but ultimately they're both foodstuffs. You can choose between a Woolworths and a Fresh Choice, but ultimately they're both Woolworths. We want more real, genuine choice for New Zealand shoppers, because when we look around the world, the countries that have more choice also have more affordable options for their people. Right now, New Zealand consumers spend more on groceries than in Australia and the UK, with our grocery expenditure the 5th highest per person in the developed world. Earlier this year, I ran a request for information process. What I wanted to know was what is holding back those investors or retailers who might otherwise be able to offer a competitive alternative in this sector. We asked them, what would help you as a challenger take on the major grocery retailers? Because we get it. It's a big task when you've got two behemoths that you're up against that have massive market power. It's a pretty tough undertaking to say, I'm going to enter that market and compete and win. So our position was, if the government has created any barriers or red tape or regulations that are making that task even harder, we have a responsibility to tear that red tape down and ensure we're not standing in the way of competition. Now, we can't compel a new investor to come into New Zealand and start a new supermarket chain. That is not within our powers. What we can do is say to those investors who might be considering it, we are on your side and we will get rid of anything that may be standing in your way that is within the control of government. So when we did the request for information process, we got detailed, granular feedback about some of the issues that do currently stand in the way. And we heard loud and clear, there was a lot of frustration with restrictive zoning. Restrictive zoning that in many parts of the country says there's only this tiny envelope of land in which you are actually allowed to build a commercial retailer, in which you could actually build a supermarket. There may be a huge amount of land in New Zealand that's zoned for other purposes, be it housing or farming or commercial development, but actually in a lot of regions in this country, we actively, currently, because of the Resource Management Act, restrict where people can buy land that can be developed for a supermarket. That's crazy, because actually what we should be saying is when it comes to the abundant land we have in our towns and regions, and we're thinking about how we could use that in a good way, one of the best ways it can be used is to ensure that Kiwi shoppers are getting a better deal. And that's what this fast track change is all about. It's not, of course, just the consenting, it's a bunch of other cumbersome regulations that make it difficult for new competitors to gain a foothold, and we are addressing those too. We think it is unconscionable to keep in place...
The member's time has expired.
Oh, am I... I thought it was a 10-minute call.
The Honourable Priyanka Rahakrishnan.
Now, anyone listening to the speeches in this House would be forgiven for thinking that according to Nicola Willis, Chris Bishop and Shane Jones, this bill is just about creating a consenting express lane for new supermarkets to improve grocery competition. Sadly, that's not what it's about. That's not all that it's about. If it was really just about addressing the grocery duopoly, as Nicola Willis was waxing lyrical about just now, and putting in place the framework for more competition in the grocery sector, if it was about that, if it was about bringing food prices down, we would be supporting this bill, Madam Speaker. In fact, Labour in government started that work 5 years ago in 2020 when we asked the Commerce Commission to carry out a study about grocery competition, whether it's working well enough, and to give us recommendations. Now, this government has sat on those recommendations for the entire time that they've been in office for the past 2 years, done absolutely nothing about that, and then bring in this bill claiming that it's going to fix the issues within the grocery sector. But that's not just what this bill does. It's a Trojan horse, Madam Speaker. This is a bill that continues this government's war on nature by stealth. And it makes about 100 other changes that none of the members on the government benches have bothered to address in their speeches. In June this year, Madam Speaker, over 20,000 people marched the streets to protest the fast track bill. They said, many of them said, that it would put Aotearoa on a fast track to environmental destruction. Many called it the biggest fight for New Zealand's environment in a generation. Part of the reason for that overwhelming lack of support or opposition to that bill was that the bill, as it was initially designed, Madam Speaker, would have concentrated power in the hands of 3 ministers who could then override the decisions of their own expert panel and put in place whatever infrastructure projects they wanted to do that would run roughshod over environmental protections. It would also ignore the concerns of local communities and mana whenua, and for all those reasons, Madam Speaker, 20,000 people marched the streets. After that, they made one little change. They reversed that and said that expert panels would be able to override the decisions of the ministers. That was a good change that they made. Still flawed. It still overrides environmental protections, but at least they made that one little change. One of the specific projects that people had an issue with is the Trans-Tasman Resources seabed mine in Taranaki. And the central tenet of the fast-track legislation is the facilitation of projects with significant regional or national benefits, but it does not require independent analysis of the proposals to weigh those benefits against the associated costs, which is ridiculous. If it's approved, that particular seabed mine project would be the world's first at-scale commercial seabed mine that would destroy the habitat and the ecosystem that many of our critically endangered species, including Maui and Hector's dolphins, rely on, Madam Speaker. It's been rejected by the Supreme Court. It has been, there have been significant concerns raised by the Environment Protection Agency about it. And the sad thing is, you would think at least that they would have sound economic analysis or argument for that particular project. It doesn't. Even experts in the mining industry have said that their valuations and their analysis is flawed. Now, the amendment that's being introduced today, that we are debating today in the House, will introduce 100 changes that will give ministers much more power over the consenting process. It will mean that the expert panel will struggle to get the information they need to make better decisions. It reduces the amount of time that the expert panel can make those decisions within, and it limits the right to appeal those decisions. So it brings back the concentration of power that people marched on the streets for by stealth. We would have supported this if it was just about grocery competition and increasing competition in the grocery sector, but this is really about a Prime Minister who cannot keep his coalition partners in check. Shane Jones has been vocal about his opposition to the Environmental Protection Agency, and sadly now these ministers and the Prime Minister have caved once again the way that they did with the Haraki bill. They're rolling over to Shane Jones for all those reasons, and for the fact that it's another blow to the environment and local communities. As NGOs have said, Madam Speaker, we cannot support this bill.
Catherine Wedd.
To support the fast track approvals amendment bill, because we need to get things built in this country. We need things consented faster. That includes supermarkets, where we need to see more competition, where we need to see more choice for New Zealand shoppers so we can reduce the cost of living. And look, the fast track system has been really successful so far. I'm about to turn the sod shortly on the Hawke's Bay Expressway. This was fast track. This is what delivery means, what building infrastructure in this country means. We're a government of action, and I commend this bill to the House.
Aruna Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. New Zealanders are in the midst of an affordability crisis, and we have a problem on our hands in this House, where we tell New Zealanders, we tell all of them, when we're out as electorate MPs at the church halls, at the prize givings, when we're giving speeches to our community organisations, that the cost of living is a problem that we understand, and that we understand as parliamentarians that things are feeling tough right now. We all do it. Because at the election, the government stood up and they promised to take the cost of living seriously. They promised New Zealanders that they would do everything that they could to address that. But what are New Zealanders seeing? Prices are rising at the grocery store. They're rising in electricity by 11%, the highest jump in 30 years. They're rising in education. They're rising in housing. The truth is, Madam Speaker, that when politicians put themselves on the stump and they tell New Zealanders that the cost of living is their number one priority, and then they introduce bills like this, which pay lip service to the issue and do nothing to address the real drivers of price inflation, people start losing faith in the process. They don't just start losing faith in the government's management of the economy, which, look, that's a given. New Zealanders are telling pollsters, they're telling news agencies, they're telling the 6 o'clock broadcast that they don't have faith in this Prime Minister's management of the economy. That's not new. You know what concerns me? They lose faith in this Parliament when we as politicians say we're going to do one thing, put it in the name of a bill, and then the rest of the bill is about destroying the whenua that we rely on. It's about a war on nature that is ideological and that is based on scraping the bottom of the barrel for votes that they know are there, for people who want to see more drill, baby drill, and hats on Shane Jones when he rocks up to a select committee. It's not about addressing the things that New Zealanders really care about, Madam Speaker. This could have been an opportunity for the government to introduce a bill to this parliament that would have dealt with the land supply issues that are a real issue in the supermarket sector. But this bill is one where the grocery retail sector participants can already apply to the Minister for Infrastructure to refer a development project for decision-making under the fast-track approvals process already. This does not change that. It does not introduce a new track for supermarkets to apply to Minister Bishop for special consideration. They already have that. In the RFI for information, I doubt that there were submissions from serious competitors that said they were unsure whether they could use the fast-track process. Or they might have usefully received from the Minister back a helpful explainer note that says, good news, you can already use this process and I would love to engage with you. Instead, we've got a piece of performative politics here which says to those investors that this is a government who will introduce new legislation to use what they told them as a cloak for a war on nature, which ultimately does not help those investors. These are serious players that we're talking about overseas. We want third entrant supermarkets in our market to know that we have a government that is focused on delivering them a robust system that they can use to increase their prospects in our market, that people will have faith in their brand long term, not only here, but offshore. No supermarket entrant wants to be associated with governments that change the law for them at the expense of their people and their environment. It's important that we get the system right, and so I'm calling on the government to split this bill so that we can have a proper debate about the supermarkets part that we broadly agree with. The second part, those changes which are associated with changing the machinery of this bill, are not things that the Labour Party could ever have supported. It is a bit rich for those ministers who have spoken in this debate to put it back onto the opposition and say, oh look, they don't support supermarkets, they don't support more building. That is absolutely incorrect. We want this to work for new supermarket entrants. There are serious issues here to be worked out in our economy about how easy it is for new entrants, not the existing entrants, to build more supermarkets, not to deepen the moats to make it harder for the third entrants, but there are serious questions and legitimate issues about land supply in New Zealand, particularly those small towns that are planned with 2 spaces for supermarkets. We should do something about that. Right. We should have a bill where we can discuss that seriously. But instead we have this thing, which mixes it all in there with changes that we could never support, that undermine our protections for nature and for the environment that we need.
Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm proud to stand up here in this House and support, once again, a bill that believes and supports in getting things done. What we're looking to do here is allow for more competition in the supermarket sector so people can lower their cost of living. That's what it's about. The last speaker seems to have forgotten about the 7.2% inflation that we inherited from them, and we have done a lot of great work to change that. And the other thing this bill will do is allow us to build great projects all around this country, and the main one, of course, it's the most important one, is to get that new road over the Brindlewins so that it's got resilient infrastructure into Northland. I commend this bill.
Madam Speaker, sorry. I'm just sorry, I'm standing to take a call for Te Pāti Māori on this bill.
I have already started to put the question.
She was seeking the call before you actually moved.
Oh, okay. There was so much noise, I didn't hear it. Thank you for that.
Sorry.
It does help with the order of the House if members take their call in the appropriate order.
Of course.
I call Mariamino Kapakini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is, I think, probably the 45th time I've stood today. So thank you, Madam Speaker. For all good purpose, though, Duncan. Tēnā koe. No surprises. I stand on behalf of Te Pāti Māori to no surprises, oppose the fast-track approvals amendment bill. My cousin Shane Jones will be probably very disappointed but not surprised. And I do so for a number of reasons. So this contribution, Madam Speaker, will be I guess, closer to the ground, I might say. And so much of what I've discussed here is from the ground and from the people we know and love. Not all, I will have, Under the existing Fast Track Approvals Act, Section 7 requires decision makers to consider treaty settlements and recognised customary rights. The government says those obligations remain unchanged, but Te Puni Kōkiri has rightly pointed out that the replacement of pre-application consultation with a simple notification process significantly reduces the quality of engagement with Māori. Notification is not consultation. Being told that something is happening is not the same as being listened to. This bill strips away the chance for post-settlement governance entities, iwi, hapu and other Māori groups to engage early and meaningfully in decisions that could affect and will affect their whenua, taonga and treaty rights. By shortening comment periods and reducing opportunities to dialogue, the government is effectively telling Māori to hurry up and to get it done, make their dismissions, and while developers are told to get on with the building. So we're caught and not feeling as fast as this process requires us to be. That is not partnership, that is procedural tokenism. If speed is prioritised over relationships, where will this leave communities? For communities, for iwi, and for those charged with protecting the environment and upholding treaty obligations, this bill creates uncertainty. It compresses timelines, it cuts consultation and puts economic growth ahead of genuine and honest engagement. I'm confident that all of us in this House want to see growth, obviously, amongst our communities. We want affordable food and success for local businesses, but true progress is not about moving faster, it is about moving together. Fast tracking without proper partnership risks deepening mistrust and undermining the very relationships that good policy depends on. On the surface, this bill sounds reasonable. After all, we all want lower food prices and better access to groceries for New Zealanders. But if the government is serious about improving the lives of all New Zealanders, they should ensure Māori have equal opportunity. This bill, as it stands, does not achieve that balance. It moves us away from partnership and towards a model where consultation becomes an inconvenience rather than a cornerstone of decision making. That is why Te Pāti Māori cannot support it. Tēnā koe, tēnā tātou.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kaumawha e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
Votes opposed. The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Fast Track Approvals Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Fast Track Approvals Bill be considered by the Environment Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Orders of the Day numbers 2 and 3.
Parliament Bill, third reading. Parliament Repeals and Amendments Bill, third reading.
I present a legislative statement on the Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I present a legislative statement on the Parliament Bill and the Parliament Repeals and Amendments Bill.
What's the rest of it? That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Parliament Bill and the Parliament Repeals and Amendments Bill be now read a third time. Madam Speaker, these two bills were divided from the Parliament bill that the House considered yesterday, and I'm pleased to bring them to the House for their third reading. This does represent a constitutional moment, Madam Speaker, not one that Parliament often engages in our unwritten, largely unwritten constitution. People who are rude would say we tend to make it up as we go along, and that would be a way of looking at it. Others would say that we have a flexible and adaptable, thank you very much, Honourable Deborah Russell, adaptable constitution centred on the notions of parliamentary sovereignty, and this bill is in keeping with that. And its genesis actually goes all the way back to the Honourable Christopher Luxon's time as Attorney General, and I remember being a young whippersnapper in the Parliament. I don't know if I've ever been a whippersnapper, but I was certainly a younger MP than I am now. And I remember him expounding at length in the caucus one day about how one of his great ambitions was to create a Parliament Act which brought together all of the statutes and the rules around Parliament, which, as he rightly noted in his adroit way, was scattered throughout things like the Parliamentary Privilege Act and the Clerk of the House of Representatives Act and the Act that governs how we're paid and all of these things. And I remember sitting in caucus thinking, I'm not sure that's going to catch on as an election-winning strategy, but that was never his forte, Mr. Finlayson. Great respect for the man, but retail politics he was not an aficionado of, all of which is fine. Parliament's made up of people with many different experiences and skills. So anyway, it started back then. The work was carried on under the last government, and I became Leader of the House almost 2 years ago now, and got passage of this bill, took it through the Cabinet, and here we are. And I do, just at this juncture, want to thank all parties in the House for the very constructive way we've worked on this. I think it's going to pass the House unanimously, which is excellent. I also want to acknowledge and thank Right Honourable Adrian Rurewhai for his very good and collegial chairmanship of the special select committee that Parliament or the House thought fit to establish to consider this bill. It is an important bill, and it brings together, as I say, a range of different statutes and incorporates them into the Parliament, or what will become the Parliament Act, and it also repeals some legislation, including the Legislative Council Abolition Act. And as I noted in the committee stage last night, I'm always keen to repeal things that are no longer needed on the statute books. We canvassed quite a lot of the issues in the bill in the committee stage last night. A couple of notable things to put on the record: a new funding model for the Office of the Clerk and Parliamentary Service, bringing the House and Parliament into line with the offices of Parliament, greater independence from the Executive when it comes to the funding, and that's important constitutionally. A statutory basis for parliamentary security, again very important, brings the regime into line with the similar regime for court security officers as well, and in general the modernisation of the statutes that govern the Parliament. There's also a modernisation and clarification of the systems for members' remuneration, funding and services, and travel services for family members. This was noted in the committee stage as well. Members of Parliament have a variety of living circumstances. The bill is intended to enable better support for members to balance parliamentary duties with family commitments. For example, the bill gives greater flexibility for travel services, so a caregiver can accompany a member's dependent family members to Wellington, which is a bit of an oversight in the current regime that's been brought to Parliament's attention. It also includes a new definition of adult dependent for any family member who is over 18 but by reason of disability is dependent on the member. There's also a change which attracted the attention of Celia Wade-Brown, who proudly told the House yesterday she was responsible for the first citizens-initiated referenda in New Zealand history, which I didn't know and now I do. And so the bill makes the change so that the responsibility for the counting and the administration is no longer the clerk of the House, but it is actually the Electoral Commission who is the expert body to deal with this. So I don't want to take up any more of the House's time. I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved in the bill's genesis. There have been a large number of people. I also want to thank the Office of the Clerk for the support that they provided on this quite long journey, actually, as we enact the Parliament bill. Thank the Clerk of the House and his team and the Office of the Clerk for all of the support as we go through this, and thank all members, as I said at the start, for their support as we enact this very important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Manager. I'm not sure I'm happy about sharing a moment with Christopher Bishop, but a constitutional moment I'll have. But I do, you know, we get a lot of criticism in this House for, going hammer and tongs at each other, and it's right that we do in some cases. But this is a really good example. This won't be on the front page of the Post tomorrow, but it's a really good example of a really important piece of legislation where we've put our heads down and worked through some important questions and tried to get this place to work more effectively. And I think there's only two main things I want to say. Because we can, dive into the detail, which is what we did in the committee stage, around the security issues and so on, and when you can use force and what you do with someone who you've detained and all those sorts of things. And that's all well and good at the committee stage. But I think it's really good to stand back and say, well, what is that about? Those security measures, entirely appropriate and good to see them clearly articulated and put within a proper statutory framework that sits alongside other statutory frameworks. But it's actually about balance, striking the right balance between the orderly conduct of this House, the protection of members of the House and members of the public, but also doing what here in New Zealand I think we do as well or better than anywhere else in the world, and that is making this House everybody's house. And it is absolutely important that people can come and sit in the gallery, can come and sit on the front lawn and have their voices heard, and we have an incredibly accessible Parliament. And that is partly because of the way in which our rules have worked to date, and also the excellent work that the people who are in the office, the parliamentary service and the security section, the way in which they navigate it as well. But it's good to see that we now have a set of rules which clearly delineate when it is appropriate for someone to intervene, what the limits of those powers are, and how they will be recorded, and so on and so forth. So I think in terms of making sure that that balance is struck right, we haven't got iron bars on the gate, we haven't got perspex shields in this House, and may that long continue on the basis that we in this House have put our heads together and said, here is the right way to approach the issue of security of this place and of us, these members. And then the second step forward is just that financing, and again, might seem arcane, but how this place is paid for is actually of critical importance. And whilst we have managed to get this far on the basis that the Minister of Finance has not unduly chipped away at what is needed, and I know that some people might think otherwise, but has not unduly chipped away at what is needed to run this place. The fact of the matter is that when times are tight and budgets are being scrutinised, that this arguably should be the last place, because it's the most important place. The place in which laws are made and government is scrutinised should not have its ability to do that undermined because the government of the day feels it's short of cash. And so we have now, not entirely, but at least in part, said those decisions are now going to be made by Parliament. So Parliament will have a say over its own funding, will in fact have the determinative say over its own funding. Of course, the difficulty is that in our democracy, the government dominates Parliament. And so it's not perfect. The government of the day could abuse its position. But we do have a long and strong tradition in this House of those particular committees, those committees that deal with things like offices of Parliament and the way Parliament operates, acting in a cross-party manner and cooperatively. So this is certainly a step in the right direction, and I'm hopeful that that convention will in fact be strengthened and that the liaison that goes on between Parliament and Treasury won't become a channel for the Minister of Finance to refuse funding, but rather that it will be a good faith and open and transparent process, because funding this place, and I'm not talking about MP salaries, they're a different thing, but funding the Office of the Clerk, funding the Parliamentary Library, funding Parliamentary Service, funding security, funding electorate offices is all part of building a strong democracy, and making sure that that isn't subject to the whims of government is of critical importance. And that's actually what this legislation seeks to do as best as it can, given the way that this Parliament works. So, like Minister Chris Bishop, I want to kind of just round that off by saying that the committee that I sat on did work well, and there were a lot of things that were thrown up. Not all were accepted, but they weren't thrown up in some sort of political game-playing sense. They were thrown up as good ideas, sometimes very good ideas that either did or didn't fit and would or wouldn't work, and they were found their way in the bill if they did. And also, of course, unusual in the sense that this didn't come out of a government department, but was the assistance of the Office of the Clerk was really, really useful. So, to Chris Finlayson, well done. Yet another feather in his cap. It is a good piece of legislation, and it's something which really does bring together the way this place operates, not only in that genuinely operational way, but it is a constitutional moment. We have today, as this bill passes the House, made our democracy stronger and more transparent, and obviously that's why we support it, and we would expect everyone around the House to support it. Kia ora.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democracy is held up by working people, and so I want to begin my speech by acknowledging the workers who ultimately this bill will be impacting, because this bill aims to seek to make changes in a constructive and progressive way, in my view, in how our bodies that help Parliament run are resourced. And so I want to acknowledge, first of all, some of the teams that help our democracy run and support our elective members to do our work. And that includes the library, the travel team, the cleaners, the security, the Copperfield staff, the people who actually day in and out provide support for us to do our mahi, who ultimately, as has been canvassed in the media in relationship to this bill, have struggled to keep up with the reality of a growing population, more complex needs for our constituents, and, in my view, chronic under-resourcing. I also want to acknowledge the clerk and the team that holds them together, because ultimately no elective representative should be expected to come to Parliament having spent their lives and their working time knowing the ins and outs of the minutiae of how Parliament operates. That's why we have teams that help us do exactly that, because Parliament should be a place that enables people from all sorts of backgrounds to come into this place to represent our communities. And the Parliament bill, in my view, does move us forward to ensuring that how we resource those very same workers is done in a way that is less by the executive and more by members of Parliament. And therefore, we don't have an executive that seeks to control the resourcing of institutions that ultimately are supposed to hold the executive to account. And this is why this bill is deeply, deeply important. And I hope that as we move forward, now that we're on the third reading, we can work constructively to support those very same teams to do their job well, and that the Officers of Parliament Committee can adequately look at the needs of those very same teams that hold our democracy together and support, for example, to process the thousands of submissions that we have seen over the past 12 months on contentious bills and have enabled the members of the public to participate, to have their voices heard, to be adequately resourced and at a time where political tensions are rising, and I think people in our communities expect their voices to be heard at critical times. This bill also contains other important modernizations when it comes to, for example, how we consider family when it comes to the support that members can access. And I think that's really important. Members come into this place with diverse family arrangements. Often they may have caregiving responsibilities of disabled people, for example, and the provisions in this bill that seek to modernize these are a step in the right direction. People should not feel like their family and caring arrangements are barriers to participate in our democracy, and so it is important that we move towards modernizing these arrangements to make Parliament a place where more people can see themselves in. The Green Party initially had some concerns around the safeguards in relationship to the greater powers that would be given to security, and I want to thank members who participated in the committee that was formed to scrutinize this bill for working constructively to address these issues. We feel confident that there are adequate safeguards so that the additional powers that security has are adequately scrutinized, but also so that we protect security of officials themselves, who often have to work in really, really delicate environments and who have to balance the tensions of enabling participation, for example, rallies outside of Parliament, bringing in family members of members, as well as guests and members who may be sitting in the gallery as well, at the same time keeping us safe. So I think the provisions in this bill will be important, and the safeguards will be something that the Green Party will continue keeping an eye on to ensure that they are sufficient. I also, in my closing remarks, want to acknowledge that ultimately it will take this continuous cross-party work for us to ensure that the mechanisms we have put in place, like moving the funding of these two bodies that help Parliament run into the Office of Parliament, actually work. Because no matter who is in government, it benefits us all to have these institutions adequately resourced. Because, for example, if we don't have a library team that is adequately resourced, it makes it harder, for example, for members of Parliament to learn about specialized topics. And in the case of smaller parties, for example, the reality is that you won't have a caucus of people who have the full level of expertise on every portfolio that exists in this place. Those teams are the ones that help fill the gaps, that make sure that we can adequately respond to constituents' needs. And when I think about the teams that work around us, I want to make sure that we center the needs of our democracy and our communities when making decisions in the Office of Parliament Committee. So I invite members across the House to work collaboratively and put aside party politics as we move forward to ensure that these two bodies are adequately resourced, because it benefits us all. No governments last forever. Each party will find themselves on the other side eventually, and they will be using those very same resources that parliamentary services in the Clerk often provide for us. So once again, I mihi to the staffers of this place that help democracy run, and I look forward to this bill passing through in its remaining stage.
I call Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it was a fantastic opportunity. I felt very blessed to be part of this constitutional moment, and full credit to the Clerk's team. You guys did an amazing job, and it was impressive to watch. Also to the Minister, and a shout out particularly to the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb for his enthusiastic input in the committee, which I think really got to some nitty parts of some issues. And to that point, I would also like give my support to the idea that we are splitting this up to tidy up a bill into having a repeals bill and a piece of legislation that actually has a clean start, saying that is the whole point in what it sounds like Christopher Luxon tried to start back in that Harrod day in that caucus room with the young Christopher Bishop watching along, and no doubt being inspired by the retail politics of it all. The principles about public money use, the clerk, the office, the parliamentary service, the parliamentary security, matters of parliamentary privileges, allowances, expenses, it's all fantastic to have it laid out in this way. I commend it to the House.
Andy Foster.
I'm pleased to rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak to this bill. Very briefly, I have been encouraged to make it a short call. I said most of what I wanted to say in the second reading. It's great that we've got to this point of completing this bill after its gestation across 3 terms of Parliament. It's got cross-party support. I think this is about making our Parliament more accessible, more open, and I commend this bill to the House.
Marimino Kapakingi. I've had the privilege of working inside the development of this for a wee bit, so it's a pleasure. I'm glad to stand and let the House know that we support this. And I'm just going to discuss why we support it. But I guess the word modernisation, when it shows up, it gives a little bit of hope, I think, and an interest in how we bring modern thinking and modern ideas with the diversity and, might I even say, the growing tikanga in our House. And I saw that expressed particularly yesterday with the readings that came through with Ngāti Pao and so on, and even today, Madam Speaker, and it gives me hope that as we modernise and grow the capability and the capacity of the House, then I think we're doing a better job as we go. So, mihi atu ana ki a tātou. Me mihi ki wā tātou kai kōrero kai moe ia hau, e tautoko nau ngā kōrero kaputa. So we supported it at the first reading, and we support it again today. When we come into the House, into this House, whether it's members or whānau or kaimahi, manuhiri, we say to them, this is your house. And Duncan Webb made a similar phrase, it's everybody's house. So if that is true, then safety in this House cannot be defined only by institutional comfort. It must reflect the realities and the values and the tikanga of all who enter. This bill grants parliamentary security officers significant statutory powers to search, to deny entry, to welcome, to seize, to detain, not only within precinct but also within community and electorate officers. And the irony of me speaking to this, given referring to Chris Bishop's discussion yesterday about keeping up with the Kapakingis. So I'll just make reference to that, given this particular piece in my speech. But it is a serious responsibility, and we get it, and one we must ensure is exercised with the utmost respect for tikanga, human rights and equity. This bill's commentary makes clear that these powers must be consistent with the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990. That assurance is welcome. But what remains missing, we would say, and that we continue to hope for, is explicit recognition of the Treaty of Waitangi. I was present as the committee considered including a treaty clause, but chose not to, and suggesting it might alter constitutional arrangements, and I'm sure that's true. Yet, Te Tiriti is the foundation of those arrangements. Its recognition would not undermine this House, it would strengthen it. Because no bill that governs how this House operates can truly serve all peoples of it that enter our House, and to acknowledge the very relationship that this gives, that the House is based on and standing on. Good legislative design is not just about clarity of language or efficiency of structure, it is also about treaty-based design and decision-making that honours both kāwanatanga and tino rangatiratanga. So, while we support
Madam Speaker, while we support the intent of this bill, which is to consolidate, to clarify, to modernise, we also remind the House that clarity without conscience and consolidation and without connection will never deliver true safety for all. Our challenge and our opportunity is simple. If this is our house, then let it be a house built on trust, on tikanga and on te titi o Waitangi. Because only then will safety be not just promised but shared by everyone who calls this place home. So tautoko marika te Pāti Māori ki tēnei pere. Tēnā koe, tēnā tātou.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party to also support the Parliament bill. And I want to just touch on a few things. And I think it cannot be understated just exactly exactly how important a bill like this in terms of the democracy of Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I think particularly from the fact that if you're looking at it from a values and principles perspective, that our rule and the way that we look at democracy here in Aotearoa is based on the ability of the three branches of government to be able to hold each other to account, to be able to provide that checks and balance. But it's hard to do that, Madam Speaker, when one branch of the government is in control of the budget of the other two branches. So this bill, particularly bringing the ability for Parliament to make its own budget or to bid for its own budget, is incredibly valuable for the democracy of Aotearoa. I think also in terms of that, what we are seeing as well is the kind of ability for Parliament to make certain decisions and I think many people have mentioned in order to modernize. Now, I just want to really reflect on the fact that our Parliament is one of the most diverse parliaments in the world, but it hasn't always been like that. You know, it wasn't until the 90s, it wasn't until 93 that we've had our first ever queer MP here in Parliament in Chris Carty. It wasn't until 96, well over 100 years after the first arrival of Chinese people in Aotearoa, that we've had the first Asian MP in the form of Pansy Wong. And so, you know, when we're looking at the way that Parliament are being represented, we are a much smaller, a fishbowl version of the representation here in Aotearoa, and being able to have something like this and being able to know that anyone here in Aotearoa can come into Parliament and be well supported and know that they are able to have the kind of resource and the kind of ability to fully participate in the democratic system here is incredibly important and it's incredibly valuable. And that just really make me want to also reflect on some of the things we've heard, you know, lately in terms of the number of the bills that has been going through, where people talk about times of, you know, long times in the past where we haven't actually seen the ability for people like myself to be able to fully participate. So I think having something like this and also having the additional services and understanding and having that curiosity to know the needs of our members and the needs of our legislature, the needs of Aotearoa New Zealand is important. I want to particularly draw on a couple of examples in terms of some of the services that we have already seen kind of being provided and some of the services that are being adjusted here. For example, you know, previously we only allow a spouse or a partner to be able to support a particular member in the age where maybe there's a traditional sense of the household. But again, we're seeing the modernization of that in the sense of the kind of support that members are able to receive. You know, we are seeing the ability to upgrade our buildings, the ability to have our our buildings being accessible for disabled communities. And that is something that we're hoping to be able to inventarize more and more within this bill. Most recently, I had the very good fortune to travel to the Welsh Parliament, the Welsh Senate, and seeing the amazing work they're doing as part of their Welsh revitalisation and the kind of support that the Welsh Senate is able to offer their members in the form of just free and ongoing and enduring Welsh language learning programs is something that I would love to see as a way of manifesting through this particular bill. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to echo what everyone has said and just once again thank the Parliamentary Services and thank the Office of the Clerk for all of the support they give to every single one of us. Again, whether it's coppers, whether it's IT, whether it's library, all of the people and that are supporting us have made our jobs more enjoyable, more informative, and most importantly, allow Parliament to do what Parliament does, which is to create the laws of Aotearoa.
Honourable Scott Simpson.
Madam Speaker, I want to commence my contribution to this third reading debate on the Parliament Bill by acknowledging the very capable chairman of the Special Select Committee that was formed to consider this bill, the Right Honourable Adrian Ruarafi. I had the privilege of sitting on the Select Committee, and I think it's worthwhile recording for the record, Madam Speaker, that the recommendations of the Special Select Committee were unanimous. And I think that stands this piece of legislation in good stead. As New Zealanders, Madam Speaker, we are privileged to live as citizens in a fully participatory, functioning democracy, one that has an unbroken tradition going back more than 150 years. Now, there are literally only a handful of countries in the world that can share that kind of democratic record. And over those 150 years, of course, society's changed, expectations have changed, technology's changed, the way we live our lives has changed. And so too it must be that our Parliament as an institution and the way it operates and is administered must also change. And I had an opportunity a week or so ago, Madam Speaker, to visit our cousins in Australia. And of course, they have a completely different parliamentary system to ours. We don't have a federal system, we don't have states, and we don't have an upper house. We have a unicameral one parliament system. And it's very precious to us, and we need to protect it, maintain it, and keep it in good order. And this piece of legislation seeks to do that. Madam Speaker, I don't want to go on any further because others have spoken very eloquently about the provisions of this bill. But I would simply remind those listening and colleagues from around the House that although we are individual members of Parliament and we come to this place as members of Parliament, ultimately we are all parliamentarians and we have a role to play as parliamentarians. I have great pleasure in commending this bill to the House.
Right Honourable Adrian Ruarafi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. One of the things that most pleases me about this bill is that the bill actually addresses a number of issues that impact on many people who work on this precinct in service to this House, to the members of this House and to our democracy, and sometimes have to struggle with some of the processes or the lack of the tools that they require to do their job. And the irony of that is here in this House lays the answer to a lot of their problems. And I hope that in passing this bill today, that they'll be pleased about having those concerns that they had. And I know they had them. In my time as Speaker, I had a number of different occasions where staff asked about different things. Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? Or they were kind enough to share with me the difficulties that they were having in performing their roles. And so I'm happy that, for example, our security officers will have the tools that they need to be effective, because on too many occasions in recent history of this precinct, they have not had the tools that they need. To balance that off, we made sure that the committee actually strengthened the monitoring and reporting requirements. We strengthened the requirement for training for our staff. And so we looked very carefully at the submissions, and there's some really good ones. There's some, as mentioned before, that would not be workable, and we had to make our way through all of the different options that we had in front of us. And so while members have thanked me, I want to thank the members of this special committee, in particular the Honourable Scott Simpson as the Deputy Chair. And I say that because he wasn't afraid to give me a bit of a nudge and say, I think we should move on, Mr. Chair. and I thought that was, well, good on you, and you're probably right. And so it was good to have that collegiality with the Chair and Deputy Chair, that we were, I think we were pretty much on the same page most of the way through, Mr. Simpson. And so, yeah, I appreciate that. I also, I feel like I want to thank probably too many people, but I will acknowledge Dr. David Wilson. All of his staff. Be too easy to start naming some of them. That we had in front of us, but I fear I'm going to miss some important ones. The clerk of the committee, though, I will know, James Picker, who did an excellent job. I want to acknowledge Rafael Gonzalez Montero, CEO of Parliamentary Service, and all of their staff, all of his staff. I felt they gave us really good information. I've been on a number of select committees, and I think the quality of information that we had, actually that we started with, first you could see that a lot of work had gone into it. So I'm very thankful for that. It actually made our role a lot easier, I think. I do want to speak about the funding arrangements, the new funding arrangements. It's one of the situations that I often encountered was, why can't we do this and that? And it usually came down to funding. I think it's a model that can work really well in most circumstances. It's not perfect. I remember having a conversation with the Honourable Grant Robertson. He was the then Minister of Finance. He didn't like that at all. And I can understand why a Minister of Finance might not like that sort of arrangement. However, despite that, Parliament should be independent of government, and it should set its own pathway that we all have to actually live with, and would be, and given that a government in that sort of situation and that sort of regime would have, probably the numbers to do something or not do something, you'd have to have a pretty good reason not to fund it. there's probably, the only other comment that I would make is that there's probably some standing orders that may need to be looked at, and I'm thinking particularly around financial veto and whether that will still be in place for such a regime. I hope not, but that's a matter for the Standing Orders Committee. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you to everyone. I think we've done some good work here in this moment of our constitutional arrangements.
And can I acknowledge that everyone is very complimentary of the skills of you chairing the committee. So on behalf of Parliament, from the chair, I would like to acknowledge you as well. Yeah. Dan Bidwell.
Madam Speaker, and I too wish to acknowledge his efforts and chairmanship, and the former member and former Speaker is held in massively high regard, so thank you for bringing this bill through Parliament. Look, everything has been said, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. I concur with all the main points, so to quote Shakespeare, brevity is the soul of wit. I commend this bill to the House.
Fanucci Walters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the opportunity to take 5 minutes to also add my support to this bill. I didn't have the pleasure of sitting on the Select Committee, but my thanks to the Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson, clearly a very collegial committee doing some really important work. Madam Speaker, I've commented in previous readings of this bill that one of my favourite moments in Parliament is when we see some of the school students coming up to the gallery and their local MP often gives them a little wave, and there's a real sense of intimacy in this House, which I think makes us very fortunate as a country. And it is something we protect both inside this House but also on the grounds. Just this week we've seen, I think early in the week, at 3 separate rallies that were all gathered on Parliament precinct together. And again, I think that tells a special story about who New Zealand is. Dr. Duncan Webb also spoke about what a unique place this Parliament is and what we protect. I do think it's a time to recognise that a choice was made. I've made this comment before as well. We faced a moment in the last Parliament where we could have gone one of 2 directions. We very much could have said no. We want to bring in the police here, as many other parliaments have. We want to just go purely down a security route. And it's time to do that. And I think we've made the brave decision. I think we've made the correct decision for New Zealand. And it is the thing that will continue allowing those students to come in and experience Parliament, as many of us have over the years. And I think it will mean that we as parliamentarians feel more connected to the people whom we serve as well. So very grateful for that steer from across the House that is who we want to be. Ricardo Menendez March thanked the many of the people who work within these buildings, and Madam Speaker, it's impossible to overstate the contribution of the staff in this place. It's not something that New Zealanders get to see on a day-to-day basis as we do, but certainly we could not do our jobs, nor as well as we often can do them, but for the support of those staff. I mentioned, of course, that other countries do enlist the police forces to come in and provide security in their parliaments. And again, I'm really glad we haven't chosen to go down that route. It does mean that the approach we've taken is quite unique in many ways. There are many parliaments who don't give security staff on precinct the powers that we've decided to. And so a point I made in the second reading was it is something I do think we should monitor, not only for the public in terms of their access, but also for the safety of the staff who are in these buildings as well. No doubt it's quite a significant change for them, and this does feel like something that we should continue to monitor in an ongoing way. I would really welcome the ongoing discussions around the Parliament bill and how it could and should be updated. The security arrangements are certainly a part of that, but there were a number of submitters who I thought made some very interesting submissions. There was one set regarding the Official Information Act and whether the parts of Parliament should be subject to the Act. And I understand that the Office of the Clerk is already to a certain extent, but as we're seeing a big shift in how information is shared and used, I do think this is an area that we should actively be monitoring. I know that there are several other parliaments, for example, who do allow more access by statute to information. We do have guidelines in this parliament, but they don't have statutory force. So I think that is a big question for us. And the other thing which I've mentioned before is accessibility. With a quarter of New Zealand's population having a disability of some sort, I do think while it may involve certain repercussions in terms of how we structure ourselves at Parliament, it's an extremely important thing to do in terms of accessibility. But lastly, just to add my thanks again to the team. I think this is superb work, and hopefully many New Zealanders are watching and see that we can and do act collegially to ensure that this is a place that protects our democracy for us all. Thank you.
Tina Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I don't think there's very much more to add. I agree with everything that the Honourable Adrian Murphy said, and my colleague Scott Simpson. I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With the greatest respect to the other contributors to this debate, I actually do think that there is things to say here in recognition of the significance of this bill. And I don't think that a debate, even if we do agree, should be rushed when we consider the significance of this. That's right. Now, when the Minister introduced this bill, he proclaimed that this was a significant constitutional moment. And then I take the view that therefore parliamentarians should take the time available to them to discuss it. Because this bill is a long time in the making. The bill was developed under the previous government, and as has been noted, it had been discussed by many others over many years, such as the Honourable Chris Finlayson. And that work then moved in beyond the change of government. And let's be honest, not all bills did. But this one did, and there's a very good reason for that. The way that Parliament works has a direct link to our democracy. And the more accessible Parliament is, the more that it enables people to participate, the better our democracy is. Now, that is not to say that even with what is proposed in this bill, when it passes, that Parliament will be as good as it could be. In fact, I think if we're all honest, we'd say that's far from the truth. But it absolutely is a significant step forward and a significant improvement. And therefore, it is appropriate that contributors have acknowledged those that have played a part in this, and also acknowledge those that, through their contributions to Parliament, enable this to happen. The Parliamentary Service and the Office of the Clerk provide a crucial role in the business as usual and day-to-day running of this Parliament, not just to enable members of Parliament to do their job easier, but also to enable members of the public to participate, to visit, to watch and observe. But also, as has been acknowledged, there are hundreds of people that have to work through their jobs to enable this to happen. And this bill helps them do that. It provides them certainty, and it provides absolutely necessary clarity as to what they can and cannot do in their role. We, as is always the case in a parliamentary term, currently going through the process of considering submissions to the Standing Orders Committee. And I hope that the process in the deliberations through that committee is conducted in the same fashion that this bill and the committee chaired by my friend, the Right Honourable Adrian Rurafe, because there are some serious changes that could be made to standing orders that would suitably complement what this bill does. The way in which Parliament runs at an official level has to be complemented by the way that Parliament runs in here. And if we all take a moment to reflect on the way that Parliament and that legislation is passed and that debates are conducted and the levers that are available in practice to a government. Now, technically we're talking about Parliament here, but in reality, since MMP was brought in this country, it is essentially up to the government by way of the majority that it controls within Parliament. Now that is relevant here because ultimately this bill tries to address that, most notably through the funding provisions. It recognises that for Parliament to run in a way that it should to properly complement our democracy, it shouldn't have a theoretical threat of financial veto over its operations. Now I say theoretical because in practice that hasn't really, not on the whole, hasn't really happened, but it could. And that's exactly the same with the provisions in standing orders. If a government wished to simply bypass proper process to avoid scrutiny, it can. And the reason I point that out is because Parliament has come together to debate this bill in, I think, a way that should make New Zealanders pleased and hopefully proud. We have heard concerns raised by other parties that weren't shared by other parties about the provisions that were originally proposed for the security guards. Now, those concerns were respected and considered, and the provisions in this bill were adjusted accordingly. That is exactly how things should go in a bill like this. So when we consider the things that we rely on as parliamentarians, as members of Parliament, but also that the staff rely on, we've come together as a House, discussed it. We've all put our representatives forward on the committee, those that can contribute to those discussions, and we've come at a compromise where everyone is happy with. And I hope that the considerations of standing orders does the same. Because so often a party's position on standing orders depends on whether they're in government or whether they're in opposition. And of course we know the cyclical nature of Parliament is that things that may be a hindrance to a party in government are a great assistance when in opposition. And so in order to look beyond that, it requires longer term thinking. The exact thing that has been put in place to determine this. The thing that I want to touch on, in addition to those comments in particular, is around the security guards and the provisions, the statutory powers that this then both provides the security team here at Parliament, but also clarifies for everyone's awareness essentially what they can and cannot do. We are lucky in this country that we have an accessible democracy where people feel safe or able to go up to their MP if they see them wherever, public event, supermarket, wherever. Go up and say good day and have a yarn. But we, when that happens, feel safe. And I think that is becoming increasingly rare in democracies around the world and must be preserved. But we shouldn't overlook the real and genuine threat that has emerged over recent years. In the hope of preserving that, we must be vigilant and do what we can to preserve it, but not overlook the threats that do exist. I don't say this as on behalf of the Labor Party. I'd like to think I say this on behalf of Parliament, because no party is immune to this. Every party in this House has members that have had threats made against them, and the deepest regret, threats made against their family members. And if we can't, even in this place or in the electorate and community offices, enable our security team to have the powers to do what they can, where appropriate, to keep both members, their family and their team safe, then we would have missed an opportunity. And I think that this bill does that. And it should give people confidence that we as a Parliament do care deeply about preserving the public's access to here and encourage the public's participation, but also recognise that things are not like they once were. And if we get ahead of it like we have in this bill, then we can do our utmost to preserve the things that we hold dear. So I'm pleased, Madam Speaker, to have the opportunity to contribute to this debate. How this Parliament works is important to all of us, and I think that where we've landed on this bill is a credit to the process. I hope members recognise that, and I would just take this opportunity once again to encourage members to take the same approach to the consideration that's currently underway with standing orders.
Redmayne.
One of the main provisions of this bill that I want to quickly talk about is that it gives our security officers the powers to do their job more efficiently and more effectively. And I want to acknowledge and thank them all, especially today, for what they do. And a special shout out to Tuakana, who I met this afternoon, who is a new recruit to the parliamentary security team. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Parliament Bill, third reading. Parliament Repeals and Amendments Bill, third reading.
I call on Members' Order of the Day number 14.
Debate on the report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the inquiry into banking competition.
Just before I ask the chairperson to speak, I understand that National's splitting this call. Thank you. I call on Chairperson of the Finance and Expenditure Committee to move that the House take note of this report.
Madam Speaker, I so move. The Finance and Expenditure Committee released its cross-party inquiry into banking competition in August, following a year-long parliamentary select committee process in collaboration with the Primary Production Committee. I want to acknowledge my National Party colleagues on FEC, in particular, Deputy Chair Ryan Hamilton, economist Dan Bidwar and accountant Nancy Liu for their commitment to the task and consistent hard work. I want to also acknowledge former FEC members, previous Chair Stuart Smith and Deputy Catherine Wedd for their leadership in scoping up the inquiry's terms of reference from the outset and those critical first 6 months. Can I also acknowledge my national colleagues on the Primary Production Committee who dutifully attended all of our meetings and hearings, Suze Redmayne, Miles Anderson and Mike Butterick, all of whom are real farmers. Madam Speaker, with a focus on banking services pertaining to the business and rural sectors, our report back was published exactly a year after the Commerce Commission's market study into personal banking services. Our report contains 19 key recommendations to government agencies, financial regulators and financial entities, including retail banks, to enhance competitive practices in the banking sector. As chair of the Finance and Expenditure Committee, I pushed hard for cross-party consensus where it was possible, and for 14 out of the 19 recommendations, that was achieved. Political consensus on most recommendations is important because it will help keep the pressure on the regulators and banking sector, as will our insistence on 6 monthly updates on progress. Several developments have been announced since the committee initiated our high-profile inquiry at the Finance Minister's request. Many things are now in play. The Reserve Bank has conducted its review of capital requirements for banks and expanded access to the Exchange Settlement Account System, ESAS, for non-bank financial institutions. The 4 big banks now need to make sure their open bank systems meet new statutory requirements by the 1st of December. Kiwi Bank's parent company has been given the green light to raise up to $500 million to help it grow. And more recently, it is pleasing to see the Reserve Bank is setting up a financial policy committee. As the Reserve Bank publicly acknowledged last month, its new FPC follows our inquiry's recommendation that it should set up a prudential policy committee. The government had 60 working days to respond to the recommendations, to our recommendations in writing, and its response is imminent and will be available on the parliamentary website soon. And again, Madam Speaker, every 6 months the committee will invite the relevant entities to report on their progress towards implementing our recommendations. This is critical in tracking progress and holding the entities to account going forward. Madam Speaker, our Deputy Chair Ryan Hamilton is on leave but has asked me to relay some of his comments today. Quote from Mr Hamilton: "The banking inquiry was an excellent opportunity to bring all the banking players to the table and to really analyse and put pressure on all the varied components within the ecosystem to really test and see how and where we can make this all work better for Kiwis. Our recommendations touch on a whole ecosystem, from the banking sector to the FMA, to the Reserve Bank, to Maori lending, and to open banking and government regulation. We sought advice and guidance from fintech startup operators who are keen to maximise the opportunity that lies right now within reach and to disrupt the landscape of banking in New Zealand," writes Ryan Hamilton. Finally, Madam Speaker, committee members are grateful for those who took the time to share their insights and experiences, including the 216 organisations and individuals who appeared before us, including the chief executives of the big banks. Thank you also to our independent specialist advisor, Murray Sherwin, and to the officials, particularly the Treasury officials, and the committee staff, the Clerk's Office, who supported the inquiry's work. Thank you.
Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to speak about the banking inquiry and to focus on the rural banking section of that inquiry. I want to thank the members of the 2 select committees for their diligence over the many months that the inquiry took place, and I also want to thank the large number of submitters for their submissions on the integrity of our banking system. The Primary Production Committee sought to understand the challenges faced by rural customers, the impact of regulatory change, and the role of banks in supporting sustainable rural prosperity. We concluded improvements were required, and our key recommendations are that the Reserve Bank immediately cease capital increases for banks, that the Reserve Bank review rural lending capital requirements, that the Reserve Bank require banks to have formal disclosures of factors used to calculate loan rates, and that the Reserve Bank require banks to have greater clarity around natural hazard and climate-related disclosures. There are also a number of recommendations in the body of the report aimed at making rural financing more straightforward and transparent for all. Madam Speaker, what do these recommendations mean in practice? Well, in 2019, the Reserve Bank reviewed the capital requirements that banks must adhere to and elected to begin a series of incremental increases over a period of 5 years, beginning in 2022. This meant that the banks had to hold more capital for rural lending than for residential lending. Since these capital requirement changes, rural lending growth has slowed relative to other sectors, and interest rate margins on rural loans have widened compared to residential lending. Submitters told us that the level set by the Reserve Bank has hindered lending to business and agriculture. For example, ANZ's lending to business, agriculture and institutional sectors totaled 28% of loans in 2024 compared to 42% of loans in 2015. The Reserve Bank reports that the new capital requirements have added between 0.91 and 1.17% to rural loans, which is adding between $515 and $712 million in rural interest repayments annually, money that could be spent on the farm or in local communities. Furthermore, we note that the Reserve Bank expressed it had concerns that banks may be using the capital review as a cover to expand rural lending margins to an unreasonable degree. So, although the Reserve Bank had these concerns about banks accelerating implementation of capital requirements, we see no evidence that this has been monitored. And while the Reserve Bank was incrementally raising capital requirements, the banks, it would seem, went to the maximum from the outset. Transparency in lending practices was also a significant concern for rural customers. Many submitters noted that loan terms, rate-setting methodologies and risk assessments are often opaque, leaving borrowers uncertain about the fairness and competitiveness of their banking arrangements. Our recommendation for improved disclosures and communication are designed to address these concerns. Another issue raised by submitters relates to natural hazard and climate change disclosures. There is currently no standard practice employed by banks when making these assessments, and borrowers are unaware of what steps are available to them to reduce their risk and the margin imposed on them. These steps need to be clearly articulated so borrowers can take appropriate actions, if practical, to reduce their interest rates. In summary, these findings and recommendations offer a pathway to a more resilient, transparent and equitable banking system. Such a system will support our primary producers, rural businesses and the communities that form the backbone of our nation. It is vital that regulators, financial institutions, policymakers and rural advocates work together to implement these recommendations. By doing so, we can ensure that rural Kiwis receive fair, transparent and accessible banking services, both now and in the years ahead. Thank you very much.
Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to take a call to rise on this report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the inquiry into banking competition. I'd like to acknowledge colleagues from all around the House who took part in this inquiry. I think it is important that as parliamentarians we do come together to consider issues as important as this. And I think it was important that we had the two select committees, the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee, joined by colleagues from the Primary and Production Select Committee to consider these issues, because these were issues that cut across the work of both committees. And it is so important, Madam Speaker, because New Zealanders rightly have always expected banks to serve the public first, not as distant profit machines, but as trusted partners in our everyday lives that have a stake in a shared future with us. Because when things go wrong, it is the public and the people that bear the brunt of it going wrong. Banking requires active, real-time supervision and oversight to prevent problems before they escalate. Public trust has to underwrite that private profit. It is absolutely critical that we have the public trusting in our banking system. And it comes with a public responsibility to safeguard stability, fairness and access for all New Zealanders. That fundamentally is what lies at the heart of a successful banking system in any country. Because banking systems cannot be built to favour the interests of a powerful few, while families, homeowners and small businesses are left looking for fairer treatment and genuine choices. And the inquiry presented us with an opportunity as parliamentarians to look at these fundamental questions and the challenges before us. On this side of the House, in Labour, we supported the inquiry because competition and accountability in banking are matters of significant public interest. They are things that the public expect us as parliamentarians to be questioning, to be making sure they are serving the public interests. We engaged constructively with evidence from Treasury's recommendations, seeking to identify where consensus could be reached. The Chair of the Select Committee has identified that we did manage to find consensus on a number of the recommendations, but it is fair to say that there were some that we did not, and that is not unexpected. After all, we come from different worldviews, carry different values, and approached this inquiry from our belief set. I think what I would like to have seen more is more engagement from government MPs on some of the opposition proposals. I think that's how we can strengthen further inquiries like this as they take place at Select Committee and provide platforms for genuine bipartisanship and to build that up. It's not, when we embark on these inquiries, it shouldn't be a matter of who has the voting numbers on a particular Select Committee. It is an opportunity for us to have genuine multi-partisan engagement across ideas and to allow that to happen. But despite this, the inquiry has surfaced some shared priorities that warrant further attention and provide a useful place for us as a country to consider our banking system. So the Commerce Commission obviously had been looking at things and had found New Zealand's banking market is two-tiered. There's the big four banks who dominate, especially when it comes to mortgages, and that KiwiBank stands as our only meaningful homegrown competitor. Now, when it comes to KiwiBank, Madam Chair, it is fair to say, as the Member of Parliament for Wigram, I hold a very strong view about KiwiBank and the place that it holds in our country. It was the life's work of my predecessor, Jim Anderton, to establish that bank and to make sure that we could have that genuinely homegrown bank here for us. But what we do know is it lacks the capital to disrupt an unbalanced market, and I think that's something that came through really clearly. Small banks, innovators and fintechs face barriers so high that real competition remains out of reach. Likewise, we also heard from Treasury that found that current competition is limited, and we heard that more support for KiwiBank, greater transparency around fees and exchange and foreign exchange and changes. These are the kind of things that could put people before profit and have a banking system that is working for people. We are concerned that we did miss some opportunities to strengthen competition in the course of this work. We could have focused on the role of KiwiBank as a public banking option and competitor. That would have meant protecting Crown ownership, and for me, that is an absolute mainstay of what I believe in, protecting that public ownership of KiwiBank, keeping it there as a competitor, to have competition in the market, and supporting the bank's capacity to provide service to those underserviced communities. And we heard very much in the course of the rural banking sector around those underserviced communities and the need for us to have those, and to provide with systemic importance to our economy as a whole, and first home buyers needing that support, and small businesses. These were the things that we put very much at the heart of what our considerations would be, because we do need that counterbalance to the dominant banks. We do need to make sure that we are putting that first. So, loosening the rules for the largest players and prioritising deregulation are not the way forward as we saw it. To watering down capital protections, not the way forward, not the answer. And indeed, we're concerned it does risk making the problem worse. Deregulation might serve the big four banks well, but it ignores the truth for Kiwi consumers, businesses and farmers. They need more choice, fairer prices and stronger oversight, not less. So for us, everything has to be anchored in that notion of fairness. We believe that banking is built on public trust and that trust must be valued and it must be protected. We support strong supervision because nobody ever wants to have their savings put at risk. And I think that is a bottom line that the committee heard over and over again and that all members could see very clearly. But let's turn to some of the detail of the report. And I think some of the detail that we heard around what we need to do in terms of the regulation and capital rules was an absolutely important part and was actually became a very strong focus of the report. And we say no to any dilution of our hard-won capital standards. Our economy has to be resilient. Kiwis need to know that their deposits are protected. Taxpayers need to know that their money is safe. And these are the kinds of things we need to put clear in there. The rural work was really important, and I'm really pleased that the two committees did come together on this, and that we didn't have the Primary Production Select Committee producing a report on banking and FEC producing a report, that we could bring those strands together, because I think that was, a critical piece, thinking about what does banking look like throughout our country? How do we serve our regions? What is the role of fintech in here, and how do we ensure all of that is there? All the while thinking about those fundamentals around accountability and transparency that creates that trust within our system. We also looked very much into the focus of the report on profitability and competition, and this lay at the heart really of the genesis of the report. And those clear, transparent deposit and transaction fees are something that are absolutely critical. No customers being stung by hidden charges. People have a right to understand what are the fees that they are paying for their banking system. Standardised credit information and useful comparison tools will allow us as consumers to feel like we are getting a better deal, and is absolutely critical. And what we do need to know is that we're also looking out to ensure that Māori banking is well served. This became a critical part of the inquiry, and my colleagues will pick up on that. But Madam Speaker, what we need to do is make sure that we're putting people first,
expired,
and not just balance sheets at the heart of the New Zealand banking system.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Greens welcome this inquiry into banking competition, and I acknowledge the several members of the two select committees that participated in it. I've only had the privilege to sub in for some of the later sessions, and I acknowledge Chloe Sorbrick and Steve Abel, who partook in the large majority of those. I think most people won't be surprised to know that the four big banks that we have, all Australian owned, operating here, control almost 90% of the market, and that even in the year period between 2015 and 2019, before the pandemic, they had some of the highest return on equity of all sample countries. And this is really critical to underpin this debate, because what we have seen is that during times where people have been expected to tighten their belts, we have seen some of the largest banks actually continuing to make record profits, which tells us that the system is not so much broken, but actually working as intended. And during the report, one of the things that we evaluated and that the Green Party made really clear in our differing view was that we had an opportunity here to look at the role of KiwiBank and to strengthen it to continue serving the public good, as opposed to simply looking at maximising profits. One of the things that we were concerned about, and this occurred during the period of the inquiry, I believe, which was the flirtation with the idea of privatising KiwiBank. The report in and of itself did look at strengthening KiwiBank instead, but we think that actually KiwiBank needs to be strengthened in a way that raises funds from public sources as opposed to seeking sources from elsewhere. This is key because at the end of the day, KiwiBank must remain state-owned and must actually be strengthened to ensure that its focus is on serving communities that have been previously not been adequately well served by other big banks. The other thing that I wanted to touch on is that it was concerning to see in the report that the committee recommended making it easier for overseas banks to operate in New Zealand as a primary solution to improve banking competition. What we've already seen is existing banks making, as I've said earlier, significant profits. And the problem, particularly with the Australian-owned banks who hold the large majority of the market here, is that those profits end up being taken offshore. And opening the door to overseas banks simply as a way to increase competition risks being taken offshore. And I couldn't really understand Simon Quartz's incoherent ramblers, but whatever they may be, I hope that he focuses on that in his remarks. Also, in our differing view, we touched on the fact that the Reserve Bank should instead be focused on lowering barriers for local banks, including community, iwi, not-for-profit trust banks, to offer a broader range of banking services. Only through the expansion of those not-for-profit banks and community banks will the system better prioritise the needs of Māori, rural New Zealanders, disabled people and the public generally, because there are communities that large banks simply just choose to not prioritise. And so it is important that we treat banking services as a public good. This is why, once again, we reiterate, and I'm really glad to see New Zealand First saying that. This is and it's really interesting to see New Zealand First, for example, talking about banking being a public good, in the heckles just now, when we have seen New Zealand First continuing to undermine the potential for banks to make independent decisions that genuinely centre the public good, and they're so, the woke banks, anti-woke banks fail. And if I hear that the member says that I'm misrepresenting it, but I remember sitting at the committee stage and hearing from submitters completely slamming the bill that he's presented. I think this committee, this inquiry, had the opportunity to centre the public good at the core of its business. But instead, I think what we have seen are some worthwhile recommendations that have been made by the committees, and some of them I do think should be taken up by the government. But overall, we have seen an over-reliance on overseas players increasing competition and assuming that as a result that will benefit our communities. We saw it actually in some of our previous debates today in relationship to supermarkets, and we're seeing it again today when it comes to banks. The Green Party will continue pushing for banking services to remain a public good, to strengthen KiwiBank and keep it as a state-owned service, and for KiwiBank to be enabled to genuinely reach to the communities that it has not been able to do so before.
Madam Speaker.
Todd Stevenson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, it gives me great pleasure on this Thursday afternoon to rise on behalf of ACT and talk in this special debate on the banking inquiry. Yes, look, it was a unique inquiry bringing together two select committees, and again, obviously we've already heard some contributions, but I also want to acknowledge my great farming colleague Mark Cameron, who is the chair of the Primary Production Select Committee. This topic was very close to his heart. He's been very passionate about rural banking issues for a long time, and I know he's bullied his other committee members on the Primary Production Select Committee who, with his passion, and I know that they came on board because they also saw it as a very important topic. And so it was great to bring these two committees together, but I do actually have to acknowledge Cameron Brewer. It was sometimes a bit like trying to manage a three-ring circus, because you did have lots of competing interests, but I do think we actually did a very good job in the end over the year bringing it together. And again, I would encourage people to pick up the report. It's got the recommendations are up front. It's quite logical to follow. Look, I also want to focus on actually the fact that it was over 73% of the recommendations were actually agreed unanimously. And despite what the last speaker from the Greens said, I think that's actually a real credit to where we could actually find that common ground. And I want to acknowledge members from across the House that are on the Select Committee, because we actually had some really great discussions, some robust discussions, and in the end we actually did find a way to get, as Mr Brewer said, 14 of the recommendations were unanimous of the 19. So I think that's really, really important. And as I said, for my colleague Mark Cameron, he was really driving some quite probing questions around this fairness for banking for rural New Zealand. And, it was great. We had a lot of, obviously, the big banks came in. They actually came in more than once. So again, we should acknowledge their time and of all the submitters that came before our committee. But one of the things he was very focused on, and in fact the report makes a very specific mention of this, where it we recommend that Reserve Bank requires banks to provide greater clarity around interest rates connected to any natural hazards, climate-related disclosures and green lending products. And Mr Miles Anderson, who spoke earlier, referred to this, but really what Mark Cameron was driving at when he was asking questions around those issues is about transparency. We just need lenders, particularly rural lenders, to understand what is contributing to the costs when they are borrowing and lending money. So it was good to get that recommendation on the record. The other thing which I was really pleased, and again, Mr Brewer talked about this, partway through our inquiry, the capital requirements review by the Reserve Bank was announced. Again, we obviously acknowledged that in the report, but that would have been, a recommendation. But I think the Reserve Bank had obviously been closely following the inquiry and decided to act on their own, which was great. And the other thing that I thought was, again, really important is we acknowledged that, or we actually had evidence that there's so much innovation actually in financial services area. And yes, while a lot of New Zealand banking system at the moment is dominated by 4 big banks and Kiwi Bank, we actually had evidence that is changing over time, and you've got a lot of more innovative niche players coming up. And again, some of the recommendations in this inquiry will support those players as they start to come through. And we talked about open banking, we've touched on capital requirements, access to ESAS, and other things that can be done, because we actually want to get more of that innovative product. So rather than, of course, I'm from ACT, so you'd expect this, rather than the state stepping in and taking over banking, we actually just want to make sure that we can get more innovation and unique products. The other unique thing, and again, Mr Brewer did touch on this, but I do want to highlight it, is at the end of the recommendations is the fact we're actually going to follow up on this report. And both the Finance and Expenditure Committee and the Primary Production Committee have undertaken to get some of the significant organisations, government ones, back in to discuss the report at regular periods. And I hope we can also extend that invitation to some of the other players in the sector, the banks and other financial services institutions. So it's not just a report that's one and done. We will be putting this into our work program, and we look forward to following up on it and actually making this continue to live. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. David Wilson.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First for the report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on its inquiry into banking competition. I congratulate the Chair and members of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on some very helpful recommendations and collegial and at times very robust discussion. That's a good start. The whole purpose of this is to increase competition. Madam Speaker, the Commerce Commission highlighted a complex regulatory environment, high compliance costs, high capital requirements and constraints on open banking as barriers to entry for new banks and fintechs in our banking sector. New Zealand First then is pleased, therefore, to support the inquiry recommendations standardising credit information and supporting open banking. It should not take 2 to 3 months online or over on the phone, where consumers are subject to forensic examination by the banks to get a mortgage. Further, real-time payments and easily switching service providers should already be with us.
and they are not. We await progress on these fronts. Regulatory improvements. The committee has made some recommendations about streamlining the institutional arrangements surrounding government-owned financial regulators and Payments New Zealand. This is interesting. Payments New Zealand will be asked to support new entrants into the banking sector. Madam Speaker, Payments New Zealand governs New Zealand's core payment systems, setting rules and standards for financial transactions. It is owned by the banks themselves. Welcoming new competition. Maybe a bit of work to be done in that regulatory environment. I have made a pause. Regulatory improvements, Madam Speaker. The committee has made some recommendations about streamlining these institutional arrangements, and the capital requirements are fabulous. Thank you, Todd, for mentioning that. And also, I think the exchange settlement account system is also a good step in the right direction. Therefore, we are really pleased that the ESAS has started. But there lies a problem, Madam Speaker. One of the core responsibilities of the Reserve Bank is to keep our banks safe and secure. Well, I can say, Madam Speaker, that the RBNZ has been particularly successful in this endeavour, so much so that we now have a safe, secure and cosy oligopoly. To that end, Madam Speaker, I'll give you 2 KPIs for us all to gauge the success of this inquiry in the long run. Because after all, that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with this structural, anti-competitive banking sector, where just under 90% of the bank's assets in this country are owned by the 4 Australian banks, just under 7% by our challenger, the Kiwi Bank. Doesn't matter which way you look at this, Madam Speaker, whether it's the home loan market, it's the same answer. This structural inequity has been with us for over a decade. These banks have been in the upper quartile of profit, no matter which way you look at it, for that period of time. This is interesting, and this is what lies ahead of us. These pie graphs represent a structural, anti-competitive banking sector. Madam Speaker, it has been said that a strategy without execution is a hallucination. Likewise, a report without a series of helpful recommendations needs Parliament support to action it. Madam Speaker, we do commend this inquiry to the House. It's a good start, but there is more work to be done.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I stand for Te Pāti Māori to speak to the report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on its inquiry into banking competition. In just 5 years, Māori have lifted our contribution to GDP from 17 billion to 32, increasing our share of the national economy from 6.5% to nearly 9%. Our collective Māori asset base has surged from 69 billion to 126 billion. That is an 83% increase. Please note that, Andy. So, not bad for people who make up just 20% of the population. Hardly settlement. No one's settled. Anyway, I'll just speak to you, Madam Speaker. These facts matter. So, this inquiry was launched to investigate whether the banking services in Aotearoa are fair, competitive and accessible. What it exposed were long-standing challenges, ones that Māori, that rural communities and small businesses face every day when just simply trying to open accounts, secure loans or access fair banking services. The reason is clear. A small number of large banks dominate the market, supporting Dr. David Wilson's corridor just to my left. For Te Iwi Māori, though, these barriers cut even deeper. Current banking frameworks simply do not fit our realities, particularly for Māori land trusts and collective ownership structures. That is why recommendation 17 of the inquiry is critical. It calls for the removal of unnecessary anti-money laundering compliance barriers for land trusts. These regulations, though well-intentioned, have resulted in punishing Māori for owning land collectively. It becomes arduous to open accounts, to borrow and to grow. That's not just a regulatory flaw, that is a justice issue. Removing barriers is only the first step. Once Māori are free to participate, the system must also adapt to reflect Māori ways and thinking and Māori ways of doing business. So that is where recommendation 19 comes in. It calls for Māori-focused lending products. Lending that understands our land tenure, our intergenerational ownership and our collective stewardship, our whakapapa, our kaupapa, our tikanga. If we want growth that lasts, we cannot keep forcing Māori into one-size-fits-all financial models built for someone else's economy. Yes, if Māori-focused products are created, we must also guarantee that they are delivered to a fair standard. That is the purpose of recommendation 16, which proposes voluntary service standards for Māori banking. Voluntary is a start, but voluntary isn't enough. We require partnership and co-governance. I'm going to say that again because I know not everybody really digs that word, but you'll get used to it. Co-governance, where Māori financial experts, iwi leaders and Māori businesses set the standards, monitor compliance and hold the sector to account. True partnership under Te Titi o Waitangi means Māori must take a role in shaping the standards, not just to follow them. With the foundations of recommendations 16, 17 and 19 in place, recommendation 18 will become the natural next step. This calls on the Crown to enable Māori co-investment in infrastructure. This calls on the Crown to enable... Oh, I'm repeating that. Should I say it again? I won't. So, Māori have proven that we are not bystanders in this economy. We are partners in the future growth of this whenua. If there is any call for a reset, Madam Speaker, that actually produces effective change, do so onto the system. We are a people ready to elevate economically to the next stage. So I look forward, and we look forward to seeing how the recommendations are given effect in the coming months and how people can grow in this space. Tēnā koe, e te Speaker, tēnā tātou.
Nancy Lowe.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak about the inquiry into banking competition as a member on the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee. An inquiry that matters for every New Zealander who has ever taken out a mortgage or wants to take out a mortgage in the future, started a small business or tried to access finance either from a rural community or a Māori community. I have to say my thanks first because the two select committees worked really, really hard and really well together. I thank my colleagues on the Finance and Expenditure Committee alongside the colleagues who have spoken earlier today. I also note Ryan Hamilton, our Deputy Chair for the Select Committee, is currently on Parliament leave, but I join him to acknowledge the former Chair, Stuart Smith, who did a great job in kicking us off in the entire inquiry, and the current Chair, Cameron Brewer, who navigated some challenging times and ensured that as much bipartisanship across select committees and across the parties as we could, and landed on a really good recommendations across all sectors. I do also want to thank the Primary Production Committee for their constructive cross-party work, our clerks and advisors from Treasury and MB for their rigour, and the hundreds of submitters who came in either in person or online, from banks to fintechs to farmers to community groups, and from individuals for their honesty and their insight. And as one rural business owner told us during her submission, we don't want sympathy. We just want fair access to finance so we can grow our farms. Madam Speaker, the banking inquiry matters for New Zealanders, and as Finance Minister Nicola Willis has said, New Zealanders deserve a banking sector that is as competitive as possible. Because banking is the infrastructure for opportunity, for people to consider growing, for businesses to grow, for the country to grow. And when competition is weak, cost will rise, innovation will slow down, and ordinary people or New Zealanders will pay that price. So, Madam Speaker, what we knew going into the inquiry was that particularly the top 4 of the Australian-owned banks operating in New Zealand, have a huge majority of the banking sector. They manage and operate and control almost up to 90% of the banking market in New Zealand. And that dominance stifles smaller competitors and innovators in banking and also in fintechs. Profitability remains quite high by international standards, despite our banks operating mainly in a very low-risk retail market. The Commerce Commission have also found that there were no observable tendency towards strong competition, and our select committees have agreed. We have heard through the inquiry period from New Zealand households who want fairer fees and simpler products. We have also heard from the rural communities who want banks that understand seasonality changes and realities and challenges. We have heard from Māori organisations who want the system to really reflect on collective ownership. And we've also heard from fintechs who want regulation that protects stability without crushing innovation, and they want to deliver for New Zealanders. So now progress are already underway. Importantly, this inquiry have delivered recommendations that we now see progress. KiwiBank has cabinet approval to raise capital. Open banking is beginning to now roll out nationwide. Reserve Bank is reviewing capital settings to ensure prudence but also growth. And the Financial Market Authority has widened its regulatory sandbox so fintechs can now test their products without the needless red tapes. So we are, Madam Speaker, seeing green shoots from new entrants expanding digital services to rural lenders now starting to get some response to tailor their seasonal needs, and Māori financial situations building that capability and confidence. Now, Madam Speaker, out of the 19 recommendations, I just wanted to highlight 5 conscious of time, standardising credit information so Kiwis can get easily compared loans, lowering barriers for new and overseas banks and fintechs, revisiting capital rules so smaller banks can compete on fairer terms in New Zealand, requiring transparency in rural lending risks, and developing Māori banking services standards and removing unnecessary anti-money laundering barriers for Māori land trusts. And what this means for New Zealand is better, fairer banking services that protect households and small businesses, but also allow us to grow. So looking ahead, Madam Speaker, I'm very excited of what we delivered for New Zealand as in Parliament as a whole and also across parties. So Madam Speaker, I am so proud to be recommending our inquiry to you. Thank you.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, this has been an interesting inquiry. There's, as previous speakers have said, there's a great deal that we can agree on across the House in terms of our banking sector. But there are places where we come apart and where perhaps we're not quite so bipartisan in our approach. I want to focus on one of those in particular, and that is around climate. And it's for a very particular reason, because this is a week in which we've seen the government, frankly, walk back on its climate commitments. So I want to direct the House's attention to recommendation number 9. And that's the recommendation that says that we should make climate lending rules clear and consistent. And so that where lending rules it says we recommend the Reserve Bank develop transparent national guidelines for banks on the application of climate-related risk weighting and pricing regarding how it influences subsequent lending practices across different sectors. But if we go to the body of the report, there are sort of 2 sections of the report that concern themselves with climate. One is the section in Chapter 2 of the report that looks at climate-related disclosures that are made by the banks. And so the banks have been required to make climate-related disclosures under the Climate Change Response Act. Oh, actually, no, it might be under the Financial Management. I'm not sure which act it particularly is. But basically, entities that have more than $1 billion of assets have to make climate-related disclosures. This is set out in this report. That clearly includes all our banks. In a second part of the report, in the chapter on rural lending, the views were coming through from people about sustainable loan products. Now, what those are products where the banks offer a lower interest rate or discounts on interest rates for clients, for borrowers who engage in sustainable practices, especially around climate. During the inquiry, we had a series of questions from some members of the committee to submitters, which, and particularly to the banks, which clearly, I think, contained the view that the banks were improperly engaging in the sorts of practices that led to lower rates for some borrowers because they engaged in good climate practices. It was, to my mind, a form of climate denialism. And it is a place where we are starting to come apart with the government. Now, the finding was quite clear that, well, instead of really finding that the banks were doing anything improper, what we just came up with is these guidelines around transparency. And frankly, any borrower can go to their bank and ask for how their borrowing rate is calculated. We do that all the time as we fix our mortgages again and again, and I'm sure that rural borrowers can do it too. What concerns me around the climate denialism, which was coming through from some members of the committee, is the flow through into what this government is now doing. And it is appalling what this government is doing. At 8 p.m. on Tuesday night, there was dropped a whole new set of things that are going to happen around the emissions trading scheme. And it was serious. The carbon price immediately dropped by 10%. One of the things that's going to happen is that climate-related disclosures, extensively referred to in this report, are going to be wound back. The emissions trading scheme is going to, unit volumes and prices are going to be disconnected from our nationally determined contributions. Nigel Brunel, a prominent person working in climate trading, said that the unpredictability generated by that government around climate is causing real problems for the emissions trading scheme. That government says it is committed to climate, is committed to Paris, and on the one hand, that's what it says, but its actions are completely the other. And this report, looking at what the banks say, says that climate reporting is a good thing that institutions need to engage in, and yet that government is walking back its commitments around climate. That is a government that says something with one hand and does completely the other. So I say, we might think we had a bipartisan report here, but we are losing our bipartisanship on climate because that government is not consulting us, is not talking to us about climate, is saying one thing and doing the other. It was great doing this report, but dear God, we need one on climate.
Just before I call the next member, I want to remind members that interjections are fine, but that was a barrage and I don't want to hear that again. Dan Bidwell.
Speaker, it's great to restore the dignity of the debate that we're having today, and it is an honour to speak in this debate about the banking inquiry. I do just want to acknowledge my colleagues across the House, and you, Deborah Russell, in particular, for the collegiality of which we have come together across this Parliament to investigate banking competition. In particular, just want to call out my colleague Cameron Brewer. You're a great chair, mate. Well done. Good work for, also like to call out the deputy, we call him the Ryan Enforcer Hamilton. He's doing really well, and other colleagues from across the Finance and Expenditure and Primary Production Committees. Thank you to the submitters, 216 of them, for your contributions to this important inquiry. Madam Speaker, I must admit, as a new member on the Finance and Expenditure Committee, I was very sceptical of this inquiry when I joined. But like many, I have found that this will be a value-add inquiry for the outcomes that we're seeking in the banking sector. I do think that there are real benefits for the long term in terms of greater competition, lowest possible interest rates, more innovation and better service, and a return on equity that is more commensurate with a competitive market. And Madam Speaker, I do want to just say to those listening at home, there is no silver bullet to improving competition in the banking sector. Unless you want, Madam Speaker, the heavy-handed government to start regulating that prices must be a certain percentage, which we're not actually Venezuela, last time I checked, then we trust in the market as the best system of allocation in financial services. And we trust that government policy is to assist in market efficiency. And that is why this inquiry has been so important, because it's come up with, I think, 19 recommendations, practical recommendations that we will think will make a difference to competition in the long run. And these, coupled with already lower interest rates and the lower OCR and government policies already underway, as the Chair has already outlined, will make a substantial difference. But this won't be overnight. But what did we recommend, Madam Speaker? Well, let me focus on what I thought was the biggest impediment to competition, the regulatory environment. And we made 3 broad recommendations around improving the regulatory environment, around improving prudential settings. And that is the responsibility of the Reserve Bank, and submitters told us loud and clear they're not doing their job properly. So that is why we recommended that they establish a Prudential Policy Committee, which they have done already, and they're recruiting independent members for that committee. We also recommended that they look to appoint new board members who have specific skills in the financial sector to the board, and also conduct regular independent external reviews of their policy settings. The second is around the review of the capital settings, which has already been discussed and debated, and it's great to see the Reserve Bank leading and already consulting on a raft of changes that this committee made in its inquiry to improve the capital settings. The third area, and equally important, is cutting red tape to prevent greater innovation in this space. Red tape is everywhere in the financial services sector, as we heard loud and clear from submitters. So we urge the Council of Financial Regulators to get focused on getting rid of that red tape, streamlining process and get rid of duplication. We urge Payment New Zealand to look at its governance model so that fintechs and other little startups actually have a voice at the table, and for Reserve Bank to review its definitions of what is a bank and encourage more innovation. Change is underway, Madam Speaker. We will monitor progress in the Finance and Expenditure Committee, and it is my pleasure to commend this inquiry to the House.
Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a good opportunity to be able to talk about what is a pretty remarkable report. Being able to have these special debates is a privilege for committees that have worked really hard to find consensus and common ground on these inquiries, and this is one. This is one where this remarkable report basically found that 4 big banks in New Zealand's market are making the best part of $7 billion a year, while small businesses go to the wall with big loans, while farmers have to become finance experts just to make a living, and while first home buyers are getting locked out of the housing market. We should have been asking the big questions about banking. We should have said, if New Zealand is the wealthy and abundant country that we want it to be, then how can ordinary people be locked out of affordable home loans and credit to grow their businesses? Why are some New Zealanders struggling to get money to build a home to raise their kids in that they can actually pay for? And if they can pay for it, why are they being hit with surprising fees and with tougher and tougher terms year after year? Why are small business owners like my mum, who pays more for merchant fees this year than she ever has before, still putting their houses up as security 30 years on from opening the doors? All of this when New Zealand banks make about $7.2 billion in 2024. Those profits were up, while ordinary New Zealanders were out there living through an affordability crisis, which this government promised at the election they would have as their number one priority. There is misuse of market power going on in New Zealand's banking sector. That is agreed by all parties in this House. And it's costing Kiwis money when they pay for their loans, for their businesses and for their homes. We should have been able to address that, but what has this government done? This government, while the banking inquiry has gone on and while we have found common ground that we can be proud of, has tried to forgive the debts owed by ANZ and ASB to thousands of their customers. It has also regulated surcharges in such a way that people were surprised to find out that the beneficiaries of that regulation would be Visa and MasterCard, and the people who would bear the cost were the small businesses who are still going to the wall because they can't get enough feet through the door. These are the wrong choices about banking in New Zealand. We believe in competition too on this side of the House. We believe that competition will serve a market that is functional for people who need banking services. But the priorities here couldn't be more clear. We've heard from bank after bank that the problem here is the big bean RBNZ, who's come in with their big regulating stick. And they've told the big mean banks that to do better loans or something. I don't know what the arguments were in the select committee room. Look, I've forgotten. But certainly the government MPs were extremely influenced by that. And we've come out with a report that puts the blame squarely where it does not belong, in the face of evidence which we in fact agree, which is that the margins are rising, the profitability is going up, while ordinary New Zealanders are getting a worse and worse deal. We do agree with many of these recommendations. What we certainly don't agree with is the priorities here on display for everyone to see. What should the government have focused on? Top of the pops should have been Māori access to capital, and that was something Labour has been proud to work on over many years to make it easier and easier for Māori landowners to develop homes in their land and develop their businesses. That is important, and this was something that went by the wayside time and time again. It should have focused on the role of KiwiBank. Let's be clear, this is also a really important inquiry because it sets out some of the most groundbreaking common ground about KiwiBank that we have ever seen in this parliament, which is that everyone agrees they are capital constrained. Everyone agrees that there is capital constraints on KiwiBank and that we want them to continue to grow. So what's the answer there? Let's find common ground to be able to retain a public bank so that New Zealanders can access a product in the market that competes with the Australian banks, but let's make it possible for the bank to grow its market share. But no, that wasn't the focus. Instead, we have seen some steps forward. We have seen some agreement that Payments New Zealand needs to be more open to the fintechs and the competitors. That will be important. That is a disparity between what Labour and the Greens believe. We are proud to be able to support the findings that more overseas entrants should be able to enter the market. That is important to the way that we see banking working for New Zealanders. So let's press out on that. Let's not waste our time blaming RBNZ for the problems and make sure that we have room to introduce serious law that will improve the situation for New Zealanders and not waste their time telling them that we are doing something about cost of living while we aren't.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, 11th of November 2025.